All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to OTW News. This is the Grand Rising Show number 31. It is presently 8:45 a.m. here Eastern Time, Montreal, Canada. We are the 30th of May. 11 degrees Celsius, sunny outside. It's beginning to look a lot like summer everywhere we go. I love summer. Oh, I really can't stand winter anymore. All right, so guys, we have a light show today. We got a lot of broadcasters out there broadcasting, so I understand. I get it, you guys. But I actually thought I had a bigger following than. But it is early. You never know, guys. Let's start this show with a bang. Like we usually do. Now, what's been going on lately? This is the news here, ladies and gentlemen. We have Mr. Bruce Sees All here, okay, who's on my back. And, I'm thinking that, I'm going to have to look back on yesterday's stream that I participated in. I already have somebody here in the back room. Welcome, Mr. Cage. What's up?
GW. What's up, bud?
Yeah, man.
Figured I didn't see anyone on. Figured I'd come get the party started over here.
Yeah, I think our day is going to be going a little bit. It's going to start off slow, but I'm confident that our audience will end up showing up during the stream. We're here for a little bit, so we
went
have to
on
give our
Z's
viewers a
first.
chance. There's other broadcasters that haven't been broadcasting in a while and decided to go live today. I won't mention any names because it's Warrior. Sorry.
I went on there for a second. I see them. I was trying
Yeah,
to
I
play
was
him.
up there this morning.
I was trying to play him a fucking video. He didn't trust it though. He thought I was gonna do something fucked up. You want to see it? It's actually hilarious. He should have allowed it.
Well, dude, well, yeah, but anyway, it's because we all know how you are.
He doesn't. Yeah, I think he thought like I'm gonna porn bomb him or do some crazy.
Yeah, well, I
But
don't
this
think
is
you
all it
do that,
was.
Cage. I mean, if you do that, I fucking
Today
go
is
down to Ontario
Tuesday, May
and
the
I fucking
30th,
find
and
you.
I just got done with another CIA debriefing. And again, you are all fucked. I've been thinking, what if we replace bombs with balloon animals, man? That would end wars for sure. As for the legal secrets, come on, man, that's crazy. If they learned to live without fear, they'd be gone. Fuck this shit, man. I've realized I'm an advocate for genocide. This came to me last week at my third initiation. I swear it didn't involve a goat in a casket, man. Anyways, brothers and sisters, I got to get back to formulating my plan to take over the UN. Peace, love, and light, brothers and sisters. Welcome.
It was harmless.
What's up, Christos?
What's up, Christoph? He said replace bombs
Hey.
with balloon animals.
That would be funny. That would end wars. Christos, what's up, man? I thought I saw you on somebody's panel, like not too long ago. Who are you on?
Benton's.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Yep.
Jeez, I have
He's doing his first stream back after a while right now.
Yeah, well, the numbers over here show that, but actually, I'm confident that I'm seeing the numbers grow. So it's just, I think it's because, that fucking StreamYard thing when you set the time, and then when you come close to the fucking that time, and then you reset that time, then it doesn't send the notification out to YouTube. So I think that's the issue there. Well,
I didn't get
obviously,
it. It's not showing you that. It's not showing that you're live at all.
yeah,
Like,
exactly. See,
On the main screen, like you see when you see your subscribers and you're on the computer, and then it shows like a little red broadcasting symbol. Yours isn't
that's because
showing
I
up.
fucked
Right
up because I went on to Z's live this morning and I had put my live to 8 o'clock. And since I didn't I didn't watch the time, and it was already 8 o'clock, so I decided to push it back half an hour. But it was already too late. It's too late, man. I fucked up this morning, but it's okay. I mean, I'm not worried. It'll eventually show up.
OTW, man. Fuck, man. Should I just help you fucking blow this shit up? Because you can easily do it. It's not even fucking hard to do. I'm telling you, you're not doing it, bro. You shouldn't even be worrying about numbers like that. First of all, because look, you're not. How are you getting new people on here, right? It's always being recycled to the same fucking viewers. That's why when someone else goes live, like, get your own fucking viewers. It's not even hard to get whatever.
Well,
100
that's what I thought I
people
already
watching.
had, dude.
No, but they're all from the same communities. You got to pull people from new places, man. you can do by using Instagram. Have you created an Instagram yet?
No, I haven't, but maybe I'll be looking into that. I guess this afternoon. All right, so I'm gonna play this little clip that Cage did because I need to go make myself a coffee. Unless you guys want to chop it up because I don't want any dead air. So I need a coffee, man. My
Chris
first
is.
coffee is already done.
Am I coming in clear?
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
hear you now. Yeah.
I would it. No, just let Cage and I talk here, and then
All right, I'll be
come
back.
back when you want.
Give me 2
Okay,
minutes, man.
cool.
It's not-
Yeah, don't. You know, like the social media is kind of fucked up in that way, right? Because, like if you had like 50 people, you'd feel happier, you'd be in a better mood. It actually affects people. It's weird.
Mhm.
Who gives a fuck? Like for me, I just I don't use any social media. Like there's no pictures of me online, none of that shit. At least not that I know of. Like, nothing under my name.
Yeah, I've gotten rid of most of my social media that I had made over the years.
Yeah, I haven't used that shit in a long time. I just use it for business only.
Yeah,
As a
I
business.
had a Instagram that I was using for a couple years, like after I'd finished high school, basically, and I used it for a couple years. I think I restarted it once, but like the stuff that I had accumulated, just scrolling through it, like I could just see how it was there was a lot of immature aspects that were being expressed that I had moved past, and it just wasn't in. It wasn't a true or good, accurate like representation or expression of who I am. So, and plus, I just don't. I felt the falsehoods
It's good for
of.
business, though. You know,
Yeah, no, and like artists,
it's really
and
good
that's the thing.
You get a really good conversion rate off Instagram. It's one of the best conversion rates you can get.
So
So it's
yeah, I started. I made another one. I made another Instagram just to kind of like view stuff and catch up on content from certain artists. Like I was bringing up Illuminati Congo the other day because there's some people that they post some like really valuable or like cool stuff, or it's like especially like I was saying artists. It's a great way to, and you're saying business, yeah, like art/business, networking. At one point, actually, bro, I mean, I was using Instagram as a networking tool for my local area where I live here in the city of St. Louis, here in the Midwest, Missouri state that I live in. And I was actually kind of getting a look into like the art scene within the city. And it was super interesting, actually. And I did meet people through it in real life and made connections. And I was taking pictures for different local artists and, emailing it to them. And, they would use it for whatever promotion. And I got to meet a lot of people that would identify as artists, whether that was like modeling or music or
yeah.
visual arts. And it's just super cool, man. Like, I think a lot of people might be surprised, even if they live in an area that's a little more sparse, I guess the word would be. There tends to be scenes, even if it's kind of underground, within all different types of areas when it comes to art, especially. But yeah, I agree. It can be used as a tool, 100%. And it can also be used as a manipulation agent, and a lot of people fall prey to that. But I think just as much, if not more, people use it as a tool and use it for their best, experience and
Flow State
evolution of self.
Flow State is in the comments saying he also used it to network with people, to do custom builds. Yeah, I've built like over the years. I've built like over 500 people on my email list, right, for like newsletters and shit. And then I have like almost 200 people that are actually registered, like gave me their ID, everything. I have them registered, and so yeah, it's a great tool to find people like that, to build up a customer base and shit.
All right. So what do you got to do first? Because I'm listening in there, and
Okay, so
what do
first
you
thing
first you open up an Instagram account, right? This is what you do. I'm listening.
yes. Okay, and then you can post some clips. In your profile, you put your link to your OTW News YouTube channel, right? And then you you can search up like hashtags, and then or just come up with like maybe like I'd say about like 7 or 8 of the best hashtags you can, like maybe like knowledge, or the different ones like around your topic. You post up clips and stuff of like streams, like some funny moments and stuff or whatever, or some knowledge moments, or just clips of like old videos you have, like all your old content you can repost on there. And what you do is you just link, you let them know in the comments that we have live streams every morning from this time, and every post you like write out a little thing. And what you do is you go on bigger pages. This is what I do. Like for example, I go to other cannabis companies, right? You go to the big ones. So for you go to other people who look into this kind of shit, pages like that, and you see their followers. You follow all of their followers. You have to do them in bursts. If you do it too quickly, it's gonna think you're a bot or something, right? Or you can even make a bot to do it. But it's better to do it by hand so you don't get blocked and shit, because they'll block you like for a week if they detect that you're doing something like that. So you follow these people. You put your account private. So when they get pretty much it's like knocking on their door, they're gonna see OTW news. They're gonna have to click on you, and they're gonna have to follow you back in order to see who the fuck is this,
Right.
So that'll put like the foot in the door, and then they'll see your content and be, oh shit, maybe I want to go on this live stream right now, And there's even a way to stream it live to Instagram too, at the same time, right? So then you can bring a bunch of
Okay, so I could add Instagram to StreamYard. You're saying?
yeah. There's a way to do it,
That's
right?
cool.
And then this is how you siphon it. Like in like less than a year, I already have like 10K all targeted people in my niche. Like when it costs, and that's just by going to the competitors and just following the people, and then you unfollow. You follow them, unfollow. Like, leave it for like a bit, and you just do it like that. Because people are weird. They like seeing like a lower amount of followers and following than followers. You know what I mean? It's just like a weird psychological thing. And you can grow it super quickly. Within like a month, you'll have like 3,000 if you do it correct. 3,000 people on there. And now let's say you convert like 1% of those people even, and they become consistent viewers on you. Then boom, you already have your new bigger audience that most people have on you. You know what I mean?
Sounds interesting.
To addition of what you have, I could do it for you if you want.
Well, of course I want. Go ahead.
You want me to fucking do it for you? I need help though. Like you have to give me some clips and like, fuck man. Just
Yeah,
this. Like I already have so
obviously
much
we're
on
gonna
my
have to
plate.
do this on our own time. We're not gonna be doing this during the broadcast, but
Yeah, it takes a lot of time and shit, right?
Yeah,
Maybe
I know.
we can work something out.
I know it's gonna be a lot of in front of the screen, time-consuming work. And
But if you want to, sorry to interrupt you, OTW, my bad, man. But if you want to do this as a career, right? Like, look, you have 8 hours in the fucking day you normally work, so that means you should be putting those hours into different methods like this to grow the channel, and like in a more, it's like forced growing it, because you have to treat it like a job. Maybe you have to work for a couple weeks for free, but that's how it goes, right? Like you might not.
I know.
So.
Right. So we got a hell of a lot of people watching right now. It's like we are like it's overwhelming. Make sure to hit that like button, share this out.
Well, how many is there?
Oh, there's like 600 people watching right now.
Is that for real?
Minus
You're feeling
2
like
zeros.
Cage. You're feeling like Cage without playing audiobooks, huh?
So I'm just looking for the timestamp in this video that yesterday I'm going to share a screen. Oh, Christos came back.
Don't worry. Like we can get you a new fucking audience, like real people that no one knows about. You get people from all over the world. And
Everybody abandoned OTW news.
I could tell it's affecting you. You don't seem like in the best mood now.
Well, I'm all right, man. It's not affecting me that much. I mean, I'm good, man. I expected this, so
Who gives a fucking shit, bro? Listen, it's gonna happen. Just continue doing your thing. There's other ways to just make your own thing. They're not even gonna know about any of these fucking people after. Maybe they'll go to them after. But either way, they're gonna be coming through you. Like, you're good, bro.
Mic check.
That's too far. Hey, you're coming
Hold
in loud
on.
and clear.
Okay, I should be coming in good. Yeah, well,
This
there's
is
a lot.
popping, bro. I'm telling you.
There's a lot of people live right now. Actually, Benton's live, Z's live, Charles just went live. Yeah, so there's a lot going on right now. So, but the numbers are definitely going to pick up here probably within the next hour or so. I'd say OTW.
Yeah, that's what I know. That's what I said. I was confident. It's like I understand. Like
Yep.
I've had shows before start out like this, really slow, and pick up and go up to 80 people watching. So I'm confident, man. I'm not worried, man. I'm just like, it's
Exactly.
just a slow day, man. That's all.
Well,
Yep,
listen,
no doubt.
when Buddy ends his, they're all gonna come here. That's how it works, because it's all the
Yeah.
same fucking community. That's the issue. That's why I'm telling you, man. If you want to
That's
do
why I
this,
agree with you, Cage. I want to get a community that's outside of the community. It's watching like all of Paul's, all of Z's, all of whatever, Like you're right. I agree with you
and
completely, and I think
that's the exploit with Instagram, because here YouTube you can't do it in a mass amount. Like you can't go and see the individuals that are the individual followers and literally knock on their fucking door for like bigger channels of like 100,000 whatever. That's what you do. You siphon all these motherfuckers. It's easy. I'm telling you, when I go live, I can go live right now on Instagram. I have like 300 people pop in there, and within the first couple minutes, it's just you can
Stop the
leave.
cap.
I'm not even joking. You go look at my Instagram, man. I have crazy numbers on there. I get at one point on my old one, when I was like I had it open and shit, I was getting 1 million impressions per week. Videos, like I post a video, I get like 4,000 likes and like fucking like 80,000 views, just like a little, and I'd be posting like 3 of them a day, just videos of weed with like music in the background.
right. So this video that I have here is yesterday's stream on Jason John Swartz channel. All right. He had his brother up with him, and I don't know who that guy at the bottom is. I don't know that guy at all. So anyway, what's happening here is he's doing a keto. He's doing a video on food and diet and shit like that right now. But seemingly Bruce, the brother of, okay, so me and Jason worked out our issue. So being that as it may, um, his brother seems to still have a tooth against me and is spreading again on another broadcast more lies about me, right? So this is a little clip here about like what happened and how it like moved up to there. So I'm just gonna play this real quick because I know I pop on here and I go all out on him again. You know how I am, guys. When I decide to, I flip. Well, I flipped on Bruce, and Jason gave me a chance, but he fucking kicked me out before I even got a chance to like hold his brother accountable for the things that he said. So anyway, so now that we're here today, OTW News Grand Rising Show number 30, I have the opportunity to respond to Mr. Bruce here and his allegations, lies, and whatever else misinformation that he's spreading about me. So let's go and listen to this.
Possible. When people go into museums on string, it was missing little black circles around his eye. He's got black eye. This people, Zetetic Warrior has very blackened eyes. Like, why would somebody mention that? It's because it affects him. People keep calling him Blackie, most likely. We are Blackie. We're sports.
Yeah.
Mr. Black.
Well, here you go. At Nubs Revenge says, as far as keto goes, if you are consuming pork, you are probably not doing what you think are not.
Jason, sorry. How can OTW News be in the private chat?
There he goes. Because I'm backstage, all right? Because, okay, so that means Christos left again. So that means that I'm missing something here. There's a reason why I'm backstage, right? That's because Mr. Brucey was fucking saying things.
Who are these people?
Say what?
Like, who are these people? Like,
right.
I don't even understand. I missed.
All right, let me give you a little gist of what's going on here. Jason John Swartz is one of my friends. Okay. Jason John Swartz is one of my friends, from grade school and high school and whatever. And Bruce is
you've known
like
him
his
that
brother.
long?
Oh yeah, I've known him for years. I've known him since grade school.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay, so he's from. He's from.
Right. So this guy, Jason, is like we had like a certain understanding. We don't have the same type of beliefs, but we always like put that aside, in view of a good relationship, because I like Jason. I've always liked Jason. So and I believe he likes me too. But we've had our differences. And Zetetic Warrior, you remember that big fiasco with Zetetic Warrior? Well, it was involving Jason, right? Because Jason was like kind of bashing the things that I believe in, and calling people like me psychopaths, kind of like, and I was like, I took it kind of like personally, so I went and I did a fucking hit piece on him. And Zetetic Warrior showed up, but it was fucking like Zetetic Warrior literally ripped them apart like fucking like a rabid dog, man. and then he went into his personal life.
Oh, wait,
and
wait. I
fucking,
think I do remember this. He's talking about how his wife is like on her knees sucking dick or something to the priest.
there
or
you
something.
go. Yeah, he says his wife's a whore sucking off the pastor, and it's not. Yeah. So this is Christos is back. So this is the issue here. Right. Okay. So this kind of like died out for about 4 months, man. All right. Like, but obviously he was still fucking affected. Jason was still affected by it, and he still talks about it. He's been talking about it for 4
Right.
months. Okay, so he's like he hasn't let go of this. Okay, Zetetic
He looks
warrior,
like such a
he's got
typical. He
PTSD.
looks like a
Zetetic
typical
warrior
French
here.
Canadian. It's like if you dictionaried the fucking French Canadian, his image would appear. He just looks like a typical guy, French Canadian type of guy.
Well, they're both of them up there. The brothers are French Canadian. Even Bruce sounds, unfortunately, even Bruce sounds like he sounds even more stupid than his younger brother.
All right,
But
so what you guys don't hang out and shit?
No, God, no. But Bruce lives like 2 towns away, and
When was the last time you guys like were, if you're friends in school and shit? Like, when did you lose contact with them? Now you're just online.
Fuck, right after fucking high school, man. Like, what happens after high school?
So you just known him from
everybody goes
back in the day, so from years and years ago. But now you
Yeah,
just
yeah, but
found him
we hooked
online.
up about 4 or 5 years ago. I even have a video with him. We did like a podcast together. He came over to my house and we recorded a podcast. We were talking about for an hour and something. I have it in my. It's one of my first videos. It's called.
Oh, really?
Yeah. OTW
Yeah.
looks like a completely different person too.
Really?
Yeah, I was full guru back then, man. I was like fucking really guru, man. I was, meditating and the whole thing with the the Indian bowls and all the dude. I was never even listening to the radio anymore or television. I was just listening to freaking 432 hertz music and stuff. I was dude. I was completely gone. I was almost like that other guy, Flat Earth Paradise, that I was fucking calling out the other day, who looked like a fucking. He was like,
You're right.
I was almost there.
The
I was
new
almost
age, the new age
Sophia
bullshit.
shit and everything.
The new age bullshit. They're like weird. They get crystals and shit.
Well,
No, they go, they're gone. They're gone. They lose.
If you guys,
And then,
if you,
hold on
sorry,
a sec, Chris knows. I'm like, and then plus this guy is here. I'm asking him in his own chat while he's live, is like, what the fuck happened to you, man? You were like a smart dude, bringing out a bunch of information and everything, and now you went like all weird, man. What the fuck happened? And somebody in the chat answered me, goes, "That's ascension, dude." I'm like, fuck off, man.
Vibrations, man. These mushrooms are crazy. Fuck.
Yeah, he ascended, man. It's like if he ascended, why is he still here?
Yeah, no, I like the more serious approach. See, on my fucking I went live yesterday. I was working the entire time. I went through 3 fucking books. We went through 4 of them actually. Initiates of the Flame by Manly P. Hall. Highly recommend that if you haven't looked into it. OTW. Initiates of the Flame. Then we went to the Kabbalion by 3 Initiates. The Emerald Tablets by Carson, and the fucking Life of Hermes by Manly P. Hall too. I got a lot of shit done yesterday. 4 books in a day while working for like 14 hours.
That's good. That's being fucking productive, man. That's really good for you, man. So anyway, so get back so I gave you a little synopsis here of what the storyline is about here. So now Bruce is again okay. Oh wait, I'm not even done yet. Well, Christos, you wanted to add something, so I'll let you go ahead before I continue on with this story.
oh, I just want to say real quick. It sounded like he said synopsis. Synopsis, I think, is what you meant to say.
Right.
Not to be annoying, but and then earlier, to be honest, I'm not sure exactly the point I was gonna make, so y'all can just continue. I don't think it was that important. It had to do with something we were talking about a couple minutes ago, but oh, you were talking about like the I guess the archetype, of the new age types that we were just talking about. Well, a good example of
Flat
that
Earth
would
Paradise,
be
dude, the Elon Devon guy there.
stuff. Yeah, there's stuff out there like that, and if you look up, I think it's called Global Love Frequency Peace Tribe or something like that. And then also Kingdom of Pineal. Kingdom of Pineal is like kind of cool, but also kind of weird. But you can look these
Sounds
things
like
up,
a
and there
pineal
are
power
like
cult.
there there are like, you know, they wear these like white robes. It almost looks kind of cult-like, and they have, it's like over the top how they talk, and they got a bunch of crystals, and it's almost kind of very posh. They seem kind of like pretentious almost, and they don't. There's a lack of self-awareness almost with some of it. Yeah, it's fun. It's an interesting thing. You know it when you see it.
Yeah. Well, I was almost into that, Christos, and I kind of woke up from it because I realized that there was something wrong with that, man. It was like there has to be a balance, man. You can't be. It's like, I don't know. It's got
Well,
to
it's
have
like
one
this.
foot in and one foot out, man. I don't know.
It's like this.
There's
It's like
the
people hear these things, like these ideas, right? Like of archetypes or whatever, archetypes or like as above, so below, like all these different things, but they don't go to the source. They're just listening to some fucking nonsense video, some video they heard of someone else who did the work and looked into the source of the material, and then is now summarizing it with their own bullshit added to it, you know. But like, how come no one goes to the source? Like, go and actually look into this shit. Like, you
Yeah,
want to know about
and then
archetype?
they consider these
Fucking
this knowledge absolutes. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like it's absolutely this or it's absolutely that. So you're not open to new perspectives. You're locking yourself in a box, and this is what I don't like.
exactly, self-imposed cage. But it's like this: if you want to know about archetypes, then go look at Carl Jung. He's the one who came up with that term and created it. Right? Go read some Jungian work. If you want to know about as above, so below, go look into the Hermetic texts, right? The Grand Pymander, the tablets, the Kabbali, and the Hermeticum. But no one wants to do that. They're just you're gonna like learn off some other person. Now just wear this crystal and fucking, talk like an idiot, and boom, now you're spiritual apparently. No, it's about understanding and knowledge. That's what that is. Really digging deep into it. You know.
All right, so I'm going to get back quick to this story. So then there was, after the fiasco with Zetetic Warrior, there was I who had an understanding with Jason that I would not work with Zetetic Warrior, afterwards, and that if I wanted to continue working with him, right? So I had kind of conceded the Zetetic Warrior thing, and I but then for some reason, he wasn't giving me any. I wanted to do some stuff with him, and he wasn't answering and shit like that. And so I said, "Fuck it, man! I want to do some fucking video decoding and whatnot." So I hooked up with Zetetic again. So I did the decode, the Glass Onion movie decode, right? And afterwards, these two brothers here decided to go. Um, not the two brothers, just Bruce. Jason didn't do anything. Bruce came up live on his 100,000 sub channel and started talking about me, saying that I was hacking his brother's channel and I was hacking his channel, and that he was going to send goons over to
That's
my
rich.
channel and over to my house. And this is like really insane. So I did a right after he did that video, I did a hit piece on him, right? And then that died out after a while because I called Bruce out in my video and everything, and I didn't think twice about it. But then I see him up on his brother's channel yesterday, and Jason was already stirring up the sauce, calling the whole community here in Paul's community and all that, a bunch of degenerates and this and that. And so he caught our attention, right? And now he kind of apologized for that. So he did a video apologizing for that. So I'm good with Jason, but this isn't the issue right now. The issue is Bruce. So Bruce here, after doing that hit piece, now he's doing it again. So now he's still talking lies about me, giving information about the workplaces that I've had. And hold on a sec. Right. Sorry about that. So my dog was driving me crazy.
Very good. Don't
Yes.
worry.
So this Bruce character here is again spreading lies about me, right? About places that I worked and things like I don't even know where the fuck he got his information, because half of it is right. Like the two places that he said that I worked, that's true. I did work at those two places. The fact that he said that I was fired from them is completely insane. Well, actually, one of them is true. One of them I did get fired from. And but the reason he gave the reason I got fired was so out of context, and he had no idea what happened in that fucking place. And obviously stupid. He must have been talking to my ex-wife. This is what I'm thinking, because it's the only way he could have got a hold of that information, right? Like, how the hell else would he have known? Unless he talks with people that were in my immediate surroundings, right? So, and on top of the fact that he didn't even know what happened, and the reason that I got fired from that second job was not my fault. So, and it had nothing to do with whatever he said, right? I think he said like I couldn't answer the phone. He's stupid, man. I went to college for that fucking job, dumb fucker. Like he ever did a day of college in his life, man. I bet he doesn't even know how to write up a technical report, man. What a fucking douchebag he is.
I'm not.
Hey, OTW. If you look, it's
you
glitching, by
better-
the way.
He's
It's glitching.
See, I'm mad. Yeah, of course I'm mad, motherfucker.
No, but listen, OTW, man, you shouldn't let this affect your mentality and shit. It's
Dude,
like
no, Cage. This is like
Good.
today's content, man. This is what I got, man. This is the news.
Don't let it affect you, though, right? Or at least try not to. Like use the law of
Today, I'm
neutralization.
much less affected today than I got triggered. Wait till I pop on there, Cage. I'm not affected right now. When I went up there, I was fucking
you
triggered.
go up on there.
Oh yeah, this is what I'm trying to lead up to that. Actually, this is the whole point. So hold on, let me
Fat,
play this.
protein, and cholesterol. These are all products derived from animal
We'll
food.
just watch
So
it.
as we know,
It'll lead up to it,
YouTube,
so I'm
there's
not
a
worried.
plethora of vegan channels talking about losing their period. Please just, do you want me to just put in vegan losing period? Because there's tons. So there's infertility that occurs. Why? Because they are not eating anything that the body needs to structure itself, as well as avoiding plastics, parabens, and unfortunately that's like all over in our cosmetics and our shampoos, sometimes in our deodorant. So a lot of synthetic, and there are disruptors or estrogenic compounds. Our testosterone has been dropping decade by decade. I think right now a 30-year-old, a 50-year-old had the testosterone of a current 30-year-old. Yeah. Yeah.
It was more out of just like not being hungry.
Yeah, well, me too. The whole family's so stressed. We're like, I banged a 4-day fast. I didn't tell anybody because there's so much stuff happening that I can't eat. I have no appetite. My son just comes in, the one that just went to the hospital with a metal piece in his eye. He's like, Dad, I just realized I fasted for 3 days. I'm like, okay, our family, yeah, because he's a skinny guy. You're not. It's healthy for your immune system, but don't do that anymore.
Oh no, it was
Yeah, well,
like everything.
Okay, get out of here. All right, so yeah, testosterone. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you can do comments now.
Yeah, I will. So there is one individual that was threatening your family and your career. That's in the rest of those men where it is very honorable.
All right, okay. So see, the Vindu, he's talking about snafu snaps, man. He's talking about you, man, where you went and threatened his job and his livelihood and everything. So he's kind of still fucking. You traumatized him with that, dude. Seriously, snafu. If you're still watching, man.
Wait,
yeah,
what?
you did a good job traumatizing this guy with that.
Wait, what are you guys talking about now? What? For what?
Well, because Jason joined in on my panel on Sunday, right? And fucking went all out. And Snafu threatened him because he was at his job, and we restreamed him at his job. And he was streaming at his job while he was working. And instead of doing his job, he was like fucking streaming and talking on. Anyway, so the point being is like Snafu went and says, well, I can find out where you're working. I can call them up and ask them if it's okay if you can stream, live stream fucking doing hit pieces on other YouTubers while you're at work and stuff like that. So he fucking like lost it. Jason, like he actually fucking fell for it, man. So this is the thing. Anyway.
Well, that's true though, you know.
Yeah, Snafu's right, but I'm just saying, like, it's his job. It's what feeds his family. He's got kids and everything, so this is his argument.
This guy doesn't understand how the internet works. Is he fucking stupid? Like, what the fuck? That's gonna happen if you're arguing with people and shit, and you tell them where you work.
That's why I feel protected, because I'm my own man, so I don't need to wait for some company to give me my paycheck. I go out and I get my own money, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have to depend on anything. It's just like today, after the stream, I'm going to have to go look for a job because I have to pay my hydro bill, right? And that's it's coming. That's tomorrow. It's $300, and I have like nothing, zero. I have $0.
Oh fuck, 300 a month?
Yeah, 300 a month, man. It's a big house here. It's spread because I'm on a plan there, so they spread out the electricity that I take in the wintertime and even it out during the summer, so that it comes out to like $300 a month. So after the stream, I'm gonna pop jump into my truck and go fucking do a round and go get a job, man. Just like, drive around. It's a nice sunny day, so I might find some old person on his lawn, maybe want to have the roof of his cabin redone or something. I'll find something. I always do, so I'm not worried.
Yeah, you'll find it.
Usually within the first hour of me going job hunting, I sign 1 or 2 contracts.
Yeah, fuck. You just reminded me the bills are coming up too. They never end.
Hey, Flow State, welcome to the stream.
What's up, man?
Nothing much, man. I was just reviewing yesterday's stream with with this arsehole here up in the top right corner.
Our soul.
Asshole.
Oh, is this the dude that Dick was fighting with?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't catch much of that.
No, this is a long story. 5-month-old story. That's all. It's like it just decided to resurface itself, and now I'm focusing on it because the guy, this Bruce Sees All character. This is Jason John Swartz's brother. He has 100,000 sub channel, and this isn't the first time he's done like hit pieces on me where he fucking spreads lies and makes false allegations, whatever. So, I went up on this panel and I fucking called him out, but Jason threw me out before I had a chance to make him hold himself accountable for the things that he said.
So you're getting slapped up by bigger channels?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, but this Bruce guy is like a guy I went to school with. This is the issue. These two brothers are, I've known them since grade school. So we're talking about 30 years plus here. I've known them for a long time.
So on the screen, who's who? Top right is Baldy's brother?
Yeah, Bruce. And Baldy is Jason. And the guy at the bottom, I don't know who that is. It's just, he's just a prop. So anyway, let's see where we are at here, because now I'm on this panel. I'm waiting backstage, and I'm freaking out here.
Oh, don't freak out. I thought that this was a presentation by Cage. You chose a video for one. Somebody chose a video besides Cage.
Yeah, this is the actual panel. I'm playing this one
right.
from yesterday, and I'm covering
this.
In other words,
I'll set up then so that we can get back to it.
Yeah. You'll get a gist of what's going on here as soon as you see me pop up on the panel. This is going to be real funny, because I actually lose it. I lose my shit sometimes, man.
Oh, okay. This is an old video, and you were backstage losing it.
Yeah, and when I
thought this was live, and you're backstage now losing it, waiting to go on.
No. This is yesterday, dude. This is not that old. It's pretty recent.
Yeah, okay. I didn't even know what the fuck was going on here.
Well, I've been explaining it for the past fucking.
No, now I do. You missed it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Come on, Cage.
It's his old friend that they're having an issue with, like Snafu and Z, and it's been like this weird online fucking shit. But he doesn't. He's known him for a long time, which I never knew. I thought he was just some guy on the internet.
Yeah, but Bruce Sees All has like a channel where he has a telescope and he films the moon. And, he talks about the moon and some kind of conspiracy things and whatnot. I don't know. He's been doing that for years. And he gets his, he just sits there and does like 2-hour streams every day. But I've unsubbed to his channel, so I don't know what he's been doing lately. I don't care. He's stupid. So anyway, let me get to the video, because I don't even know where we are in the video right now.
Last 3 days of threats.
He was there though, but just don't forget, this Nubs guy was on the platform.
I know. No. For me, like the whole platform is off limits.
Good.
I did something for a purpose yesterday, and I went into the Dragon's Den. I feel that I accomplished what I needed, and now I'm back from hell, and now we're doing keto. And all the here.
You see, but that's the issue, man. You see, the guy, he comes and fucking pokes the bear, and now he's like tapping out. And not expecting any pushback, and he's not answering to the and he's not being accountable. This is what he did yesterday. So I'm not really proud of Jason for doing that. Even though he thinks that he wanted to make his show about keto, but I'm thinking it's some kind of fucking publicity where he's just needing viewers. Because Paul showed up on his stream yesterday, and he had the opportunity to have a lot of people watching him. And he just like fucking spit on it, didn't let Paul up, So anyway, I'll get back to the video.
All these demons are swarming.
Say he's calling us all demons, right?
I love.
Oh, he says it. He loves the attention.
Leave it at that. All right, vitamin B spectrum has a lot to do with what you're talking about. Of course, all nutrients are important. We agree with that. Like every nutrient is important, especially with the fact that they work synergistically. So sometimes if you're lacking one, it requires a coupling to be properly absorbed and stuff like that. That's why I don't believe that vegans should be barely getting the certain fat soluble vitamins and stuff like that are devoid requirement of supplementation. It's just not natural. And most of those vitamins are plant-based provitamins that are not absorbable at all.
So now Jason's just
I'm
being
almost
long-winded
100%
here with
sure
his
you
keto.
have some backstage. Yeah, I know. All the backstage can kiss my back. Has to get to know me. Hey, if it's really you, Zetetic, by the way, you want to talk to me on my stream, you want to talk to me in the back. You're the
Oh
one that
yeah,
ranted for a while,
Zetetic
told my
Warrior
wife-
was trying to come on here too. This is Paul and Zetetic are backstage trying to get on here because they want to talk to Jason and they want to interact with him. And I figured this is going to be really good for him because he was only having, like I have right now, 3 people watching. Now, yeah, that's kind of like, that sucks, man. I've been on for an hour and only have 3 people. That's crazy shit. I was talking about channels yesterday that only had 2 people watching. I'm guessing that what the hell is that awful sound? Oh, okay, it was slow state.
4 times. If you repent, you make a video and you humble yourself for having dishonored and disgraced yourself for putting down a woman, breaking the honor code of men in battle, go make an apology video. I'll look at it, I'll appreciate, and my Christian heart will forgive you. So feel free to learn stuff about nutrition because I hate who you are at the moment. And I know it's just sin. You're just like metastatic at this point. And I wish the best for you. And I hope that you listen and eat more animal food and avoid certain things. I wish you well. That's it. So check back. I'm not checking backstage.
I hope he falls down the stairs. Continue.
You see, he's not checking out backstage purposely. The other guy's saying that he wants Z to fall down the stairs purposely. What a great bunch of characters these guys are.
Pathetic.
You can really see the Jesus in them.
Well, yeah, this is the Christians. This is Christian, philosophy. I guess this is how they roll, man. The Christians,
And they wonder why nobody takes them seriously. It's because they're full of spite and saying they're full of love.
Yeah, it's like this. Jason and Jack Talcott would probably get along really good. This is why I probably wanted to make Jason my Talcott. But first, I want to get Bruce. Yeah, I need to clear things up here with Bruce. Well, not that I'm going to clear it up. I'm just going to do hit pieces on him all the time now, until he holds himself accountable and does a public apology for spreading lies about me, which I doubt he's going to do. So this is going to go on.
Or on the stream. Paul, that statement sounds oddly familiar. We are the only ones that can determine whether we live in heaven or hell. Yeah, for sure. You're going to polish yourself all the way to the throne room. Good luck. Synthetic Warrior, usually Mondays are about keto. Why is it that he has dark circles around his eyes? First of all, sometimes dark circles around people's eyes can be lighting. Sometimes
it's because I'm under your church nose.
Yeah, and sometimes it could be genetic. So you can look up that. Somebody who's eating a wide variety of animal food, okay, that is on my channel, understands where we can get every single nutrient through animal food. Not where
who has black eyes? You?
I think he was trying to.
Mine are a little dark.
Yeah,
but they've been improving a lot.
Yeah, it's called work. That's what
they're talking about Jason. So if anybody's wondering about the black eyes, Jason has deep, dark black eyes. Okay, so you don't see the difference between the pupil and the color of his eye. So this is who
he looks like the dude from. He looks like the dude from Disturbed to me.
From the what?
You know what I'm talking about? The band. The band Disturbed, the band that sings "Stupefy."
Oh yeah. I know who you're talking about. The ones that made the new rendition of the zombie song there by Cranberries there. Yeah, I know that group. You're right. He does have a kind of a similar look to him.
It's the bald head, little chin patch thing.
Yeah, that little fucking Hitler thingy, whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, the dude from Disturbed that's actually two piercings, but in that neither here nor there.
Working.
I do believe that a deficiency. If I remember correctly, don't quote me on that. Well, Guggen Slayer, make sure that you remember to get all your nutrients.
Imagine you're a big troll and you finally get on to be able to talk and he shows your comment and all you say is you got black eyes. It's like, what are they trying to do?
It was crazy when I lost all the weight and would look in the mirror, the eyes would be even like really, really dark. And now over time, I'm lightened up.
Right. Hey, Patrick Dude said don't get started. Bro, that guy lives in Huntington, my town. He lives down the street. You know what I should do is
See, there you go. Right. It's starting now. So I'm going to bring it back to a normal speed. So he just mentions my name. My full name, so it's not like I was like it's out there anyway. So I'm not hiding who I really am. but he says my full name, and he says that I live in his town, but that's also a lie. So, but I'm just gonna back up a bit. All right, let me see. Am I backing up here?
I stream, go knock on. Right. Hey, Patrick.
Wait, and would
you
look in
think
there, the eyes would
Right.
be even.
So I'm gonna bring it back to a normal speed. Do. We're at the point where he starts triggering me. So normal speed. That's done. Okay, play.
Like really, really dark. But now over time they've lightened up.
right? Hey, Patrick do said don't get started. That bro, that guy lives in Huntington, my town. He lives down the street. You know what I should do is live stream, go knock on his.
All right, so there he goes. He says that I live in his town and I live down the street, which is a first lie that he says. I don't live in his town. We live 2 towns away from each other. There's my town.
Could it be a
I live in
mistake?
Howard. No, he's just being stupid. Okay, he just doesn't know where I live. All right, I know where he lives though. That's the difference. Okay, so he lives in Huntington, and then there's another town right before my town and his town, which is called Ormstown. And then I have the town that I live in is Howick, right? So I'm 2 towns literally away from this guy, right? So that's that. So there's
let's set up a boxing match,
Yeah, well, I have the bell here. Look, I have the bell. Here it is.
No, in real life, we'll set up a real box match, pay-per-view tickets and shit, $50 a pop. We'll make the whole metaverse on it.
I'm with Cage on this. I'll help you rig it. We can wrap your gloves in broken glass before the match.
Yeah, we'll fill them with cement or something. We'll take out the padding. And then just fuck them up.
All right, so now he's so this is it. So now he's saying that he should anyway, I don't remember what he was going to say, but he's like he wants to show up at my door or something.
Door. Fuck it. You know what I should do is live stream, go knock on his door.
Yeah.
Fuck it. He's
well, I mean, they did threaten my livelihood, so.
Well, there you go. See, I never threaten anybody's livelihood. Now Jason's fucking, but he corrects himself. So he goes on and corrects himself afterwards.
Yeah. Last 2 days I've been doing eye for an eye since they hate Yahweh says so much. I'm like,
well, do
another fucking false claim.
Pretty fucking brave. He's pretty brave. You know that? Hey, he worked 8 months for Walmart, but
there you go.
He was
see, there you go. This is his second lie. Like, this is a half truth. I did work for Walmart, all right, but he doesn't know the story. So I'll let him say his lie, and then I'll correct him, fucker.
You know that? Hey, he worked 8 months for Walmart, but he was fired because he kept losing his apron. He worked.
What an asshole! I kept losing my apron. First of all, I never wore an apron. Okay. Second of all, I never got fired from Walmart. Okay. I had a 6-month contract with Walmart, and I completed the contract after 6 months. That was it. It was that simple. This is what you dumb motherfucker doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about. What a dumb shit, man.
Worked 3 months for XTL Transport in Valleyfield, Salaberry.
See, and there's another lie. XTL Transport. Yes, I did work for XTL Transport, but first of all, it's not in Valleyfield. All right? It's in fucking Dorion, you dumb motherfucker.
I heard you had a nice looking apron. The word on the street.
Dude, that Walmart, that blue apron, I never wore that thing because I didn't work in the store. I was in the second warehouse, and I was the supervisor at the warehouse, and I was under contract.
I heard you got fired for trying to wear out like 20 pairs of women's panties at once under your normal clothes.
Well, see, now at least everybody out
there. Now
the
truth is coming out.
Now the truth is coming out. See, Flow State did his research. I commend you for that, sir. Thank you very much for being. I do not deny these allegations.
I went through that book, Initiates of the Flame by Manly Hall yesterday, and in there they say about the apron. They say this is why Masons wear the apron because like the priest kings and shit in Egypt would they wear the same kind of apron.
Right, so it's some kind of fucking fucked up ritual. I never wore the apron. I couldn't stand it. So I was always like, well, all the fucking managers at Walmart are all dressed in black. They don't wear the apron. Well, some of them do, but not all of them. And I was at the manager status. I was in supervising the warehouse. And anyway, so that's what happened, right?
You're a
So this
slave
guy,
supervisor for
yeah,
Walmart.
I was in charge of
Slave
the whole warehouse. I was not more than just a supervisor. I was like the manager of the warehouse. I supervised the
The
whole warehouse.
manager of the sleeves. Yeah, think about it though. That Walmart's like, I heard they fuck with like their employees. Like they fuck them with like how they get paid and shit and treat them like shit. Just like, is that true?
Hey, say what? Sorry, I just Jason
Do they
was
treat you
texting
like
me.
shit over there? I heard they. That's what I heard about that.
Well, I wasn't treated like I wouldn't anyway. I would never let anybody treat me like shit, man. I have too much of a character to dude. If anybody would talk down to me, even if it was the boss, I'd fucking tell him to go fuck himself.
They should
I
pay
need to
him
go
more
fuck.
and shit. What the fuck? Like these guys are so greedy over there. It's retarded.
I've always had that type of character. It's like, I always like when I get a job. It's like, are you guys worth having me? It's like when I go into an interview, I'm not the one being interviewed. I interview them, right? Because they keep asking me whether this and that is no wait. Look, I'm this, I'm that. Are you guys worth my time? Am I going to be wasting my time here? Because, this is the way I think that my time is very valuable, and I don't believe that when you go into an interview that you should take some kind of demeaning status where you feel that you should be under somebody and that you should have all this. No, man. When I walk into any kind of type of, which I do not do anymore because I don't fucking go apply for jobs anymore because I think it's stupid. It's just stupid. I can't do that. I'd rather go out job hunting, going up and finding my own jobs, fucking knocking on doors, and doing it myself, man, doing it my way. Fuck these fucking hierarchy status fucking jobs where you have some piece of shit bastard. And this is the XTL fucking story that he brought up. Yeah, I did get fired from
Flo,
XTL, but it's because
Flo,
I had a
you're
supervisor that was
echoing.
over me. What's up? You want to say something, Flow State?
No, he was echoing. Like,
Sorry.
Oh, you're breaking up
your
bad,
mic's
brother.
fucked, bud.
Oh, he popped out. He'll be back probably.
Now, what were you saying though, my TW?
Say what?
What were you saying again? So,
Oh shit, where was I? Oh yeah, XTL transport. So if we're getting back to the video, he says something. It's like another half truth, right?
Valleyfield, but then he was fired because he XTL transport in Valleyfield. He kept losing his apron. He worked 3 months for XTL transport in Valleyfield, Salaberry to Valleyfield, but then he was fired because he was a dispatcher, but he didn't know how to answer the phone. So
There you go. See, this is another fucking piece of shit bastard motherfucker saying dumb motherfucking things.
what's with the apron shit? Are these guys Masons? Are they Christian Mason?
Walmart, you have to wear a fucking blue apron, dude. It's one of the rules.
No, I know. But I don't know. Just the way he said it is like I think it was like a secondary joke to them. I don't know. So what? These are some Christian people, right? They don't look. He doesn't love Yahweh. If you look into it, it's all the same fucking thing. All these names and all these Abrahamic religions, and it's not. They're all being deceived. I wonder if you showed them that, I don't think they'd believe it, even if they had hard evidence of it. Just probably get. They're brainwashed. Everyone's brainwashed to some degree. As soon as they're locked into one way of thinking, you're fucking brainwashed. Yeah.
Right. So he's there saying that I got like I was working XTL, and he said it was in Valleyfield. That was the first wrong thing because XTL transport is not in Valleyfield; it is in Dorion. Vaudreuil Dorion, you dumb motherfucker. And then he goes, and I went to college. I did a logistics and transport course in college, and XTL Transport actually recruited me right out of college. They came and got me. I didn't go apply there. They fucking came and fucking grabbed me right out of school.
So how
I went
long
to
ago? Shit, man.
that was like fucking 8 years ago. It was in 2010 or 12 or something. I don't know. It was a long time ago. So anyway, so these guys come and recruit me directly from XTL Transport, and I become a dispatcher like right from day one. And he's saying like I didn't know how to answer the phone. On the contrary, I was actually one of the best fucking dispatchers over there, besides the guy that recommended me that also worked there. So I was actually even recommended by someone else, and I did the job so well. All right, and this is the real story. I did the job so fucking well, all right, that the supervisor was scared to lose his job. So the supervisor set me up to get fired, all right? And this is the real story, motherfucker, all right? The fucking supervisor set a fucking van somewhere where I never got any fucking, and they fucking left me alone while I was still in training, and I forgot a van over in fucking Jonquière, and it cost the company $900. But that wasn't even the reason I got fired. The reason I got fired was because the next day the supervisor set me up for the next morning to fucking present the day's work while that wasn't my job. It was my associate's job. He was the one who was supposed to do that. He was that was his job. But they wanted me to make that presentation in the morning. I go, well, I'm not ready for that. Nobody fucking sent me an email to present this morning. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to? I don't even know what the fuck to say. I've only been here for a few months and you're already putting me up on stage. What are you, stupid? So I got into it with the supervisor and I said, why are you doing this, man? You what's your problem, man? And he used to come and ask me how fucking the computer worked. So this is why I knew he was scared to lose his job, because I knew I was doing my job better than he could even do it. So he wasn't even supposed to be my supervisor because I knew my job better than he did. So this is why I lost the job, motherfucker, because people, when they have a certain fucking status and they're scared to lose their fucking position, they get you fired, man. Even if you are good for the business, you're threatening his position. So he fucking fired me for that, motherfucker.
You know, and I can go even deeper. I know exactly where he is right now. He better be careful threatening people like that.
You see, I don't even threaten anybody as well. And you know, and he can go deeper. What have you been talking to my ex-wife and she's been lying to you, man? What the fuck?
In defense, it wasn't him that threatened. It was one.
There you go. See, so now Jason is owning up to what he said. So this is where he corrects himself.
Person on the panel.
Yes, I know it was on his show though, but yeah, I get it. I hear you. I absolutely hear you.
No, I mean, look, as far as Patrick, it's like, dude, like, he's doing his thing. I'm really happy. Like, he's grown his channel. Maybe it's even monetized. And like you said, like, maybe he's not stimulated with what he's doing now. And to be honest, he talked about you and said, like, you know, like, wow, like, I want to take it serious. I want to get to where Bruce is. So, like, I wish him well. He's done some really, like, shady douchebag things, but not necessarily like threats of my whole financial and therefore my family and stuff like that. I actually talked to him before, so you know. But you're allowed to tell it. You're allowed to say whatever you want about Pat. No problem.
Exactly.
Me and Pat talked.
But sometimes me, my trolls, I've always done that. I've given them signs. You want to be able to locate people like this douchebag goes, AKA mom. Do you know how long people were saying that Darla and Christy Lindsay was my aunt and all these people that are related to me? I mean, I dare anyone to try to locate my family, you know, or anything. I mean, they can't do anything, and if they do, you know, because they're wimps, and I call them out on that because I know where all they
OTW
everywhere they. But listen, you didn't listen.
This is crazy. He's calling Zetetic Warrior Iranian.
Iranian? Okay. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's what he said. He says Zetetic Warrior is Iranian, you know.
I'm saying you're trained to respond like this and shit, bro. Don't be fucking brainwashed. Bro, if you have to have a master, you have to transmute this mentally, all this nonsense. First of all, you should not even get. Well, why the fuck do you care 8 years ago if someone's saying that you got fired for this or that? Who gives a fuck? First of all. Second of all, this is fucking you up in every way. Instead of worrying about this, you could be growing your channel right now. Looking into doing that Instagram thing. I looked it up. There's one available OTW News. There's a bunch of accounts like that or Out of This World News, you know. There's one available OTW News with like a back, what is it called, underscore at the end of it. If I were you, go create the account now on your phone or something, so you can at least grab that name of someone else. There's like 8 fucking accounts, but they're all small and like aren't even being in use or something. So, yeah, I'd make that now so you can get it. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll do it, but I'll do it after this. I finish this little hit piece, and when I'm done with this, I think I'll do that after. So we got some people watching right now. So go ahead and make sure that hit that like button, share this out. I'm gonna shout out to the chat. We got Flow State. I'm not sure if he's still here, but he was here earlier. We got ERMAV is in the house. We also have Snafu Snaps, Christos de Leopolis, La Young is in the house, LA Young, and that's pretty much it. So shout out to you people. Welcome to the chat. You tell me he's in the house, man. What's up, man? All right, so let's go on with this shenanigan story. So this Bruce guy.
To my comment the other.
This is leading up to where I come on and I fucking really rip him up, and I roast Bruce here. In not too far from now. Like it's coming up pretty soon. There, let me see. All right, so I'll just speed it up, bring it up to speed.
Oh, then at least that is good. So, like I said, I'm going to open-mindedly have you on the stream. You can present, for 15 minutes, your presentation, and the
15 minutes. He gives me fucking 2 minutes.
And decide
not even.
Themselves.
Pat, if I'm called, these guys that are calling me the coward, it's funny that your message, you can't hide that, but it's pretty annoying. It comes up on the screen for me. But either way, well, Pat, that he's announcing that I'm a coward. I've never been called a coward, brother. I can call the cops, so I can go right to your home. I know where you live. It's a little silly what you're doing. I'll break your nose. I'll break your nose. I have no record. I've done it before. I'm in Huntington, by the way. Don't forget, Pat. Oh, come on, dude. Okay, no, I'm good, Jason. He won't. I will go to his house later. he's a little silly. There he is himself, a little snot nose.
You have 2 minutes to talk, Pat, because I want to.
Oh, you're fucking there, dude.
No swearing.
What do you actually?
Oh, he's drunk. He's drunk. He's drunk.
Are you fucking serious?
Don't be drunk. Don't be drunk.
Dude.
Okay.
Dude, seriously.
There we go.
Your threats are fucking worthless. You're a fucking pussy, Bruce. You have no fucking idea what the fuck you're saying. You fucking lie about me on your streams. You're lying about me on this stream. You're a fucking worthless piece of shit garbage, Bruce. Go fuck yourself. You're a fucking worthless piece of shit. I'm not scared of you. I don't give a fuck if you think you could come and knock at my door. I haven't threatened you. You're the dumb motherfucker that go ahead and threatens me. I can fucking call the cops on you're dumb motherfucking ass
guys.
And fucking drag you through that fucking hell shithole if you think that you're gonna put me through. You dumb motherfucker. Go fuck yourself all the way to hell, Bruce.
Are you done?
Yeah, go ahead and threaten me, you dumb motherfucker.
I think you've pretty much said everything. I basically feel the same about you. I'm not mad.
Good. I'm glad you're staying calm, man, because I ain't fucking calm, man. I'd like to see you face to face, motherfucker.
You know why you're not calm?
Come on, man. You ain't no fucking big bald motherfucker now, are you? Huh?
Because you lost weight on fasting.
You're shutting your fucking face, aren't you? Motherfucker.
You're bald. I'm not bald.
You dumb motherfucker.
Are you mad because I mentioned Norma or something?
No, I think you're just stupid. No, I think you're stupid because you mentioned things about my past that aren't true.
I've been
I never got fired from any jobs.
I've been trolled since 2000.
You're a fucking dumb motherfucker. All right.
I've been trolled since 2000. All right, buddy.
What the fuck are you talking about? Fucking trolled. I never trolled you. I was supporting you. I watched your shit, man. I shared your stuff on my fucking Facebook. Fuck you, Bruce.
You're like a dirty needle,
man. Go fuck yourself,
a dirty
Bruce.
needle.
And then you started making false allegations about me being a hacker and hacking channels on your 100,000 sub channel and fucking spreading a bunch of lies about OTW News when I'm just starting. You're the fucking troll, Bruce. So go fuck yourself, you piece of.
Just a minute. Listen, I just have to go find something. Pat and Bruce, you guys can continue.
Pat's starting up his pipe.
And I just have to find something. Pat, I'll give you this time to have it out with Bruce. Then after I'm
calm my fucking nerves because you're so stupid. You get me triggered, you dumb fat fucker.
You can't say anything else aside.
Can't say he's fat anymore, dude.
Coward, cupcake. I'm not fat, bro. I'll break your face, man.
I've been training too, motherfucker. You better fucking see what you're not fucking stepping up to a little pussy, man. You're stepping up to a man, Bruce. I've been training too, man. Go check my 30-day challenge, you motherfucker. You think you're stepping up to a pussy? What are you, fucking stupid?
Pat.
Fuck you, man. I'm not 15 years old anymore, Bruce. You ain't gonna be pushing me around like you did in high school, motherfucker.
Look.
Right? I'm gonna show you who the fucking bully is now, motherfucker.
Dude, you were wearing diapers.
We'll see who slaps around. We'll see who's your daddy,
There
bitch.
you go.
Really? Was it worth?
Yeah, I'll show you who's your daddy.
Giving him the
bitch.
business.
My daddy's buried at Galt School, the same school that you went
Fuck
to.
yourself, you dumb motherfucker.
Hey, Patrick Dew said it's the same school that you went to. Huh? Would you like me to go bring you to Galt School and talk about it? He's not done yet.
Bless you, buddy. All right.
I ain't fucking done with you, Bruce.
He's taken
If you want to
16.
throw me out, Jason, go ahead, throw me out, man.
Hey,
because
Patrick,
this is fucking happening. It's happening
Patrick,
right now.
No one
threatened me more than once, and this is fucking going down right here on your channel. Not happy?
How much time do you need?
Out.
I will.
How much time do you need?
You're not done with me, little
The
bitch.
time it's gonna take for this motherfucker to be a.
Yeah.
See,
sorry.
I was gonna say for him to be accountable for
I didn't get a chance
the lies that he says, you know, but I never got a chance to say that. So that's where it ended. That's where he popped me out and you know, acted like a fucking Nazi. Fucking, I'll go like all fucking snafu on his ass and go, you know, you Nazi pogo fucking censorship motherfucker. He's like, you know, right in the middle of where I was gonna say I wanted Bruce to be accountable for the lies that he's spreading about me on fucking YouTube. So anyway, obviously it's probably not the same audience, but still, he has 100,000 subs. You know, and him discrediting my channel, even though you know all publicity is permitted in the sense
Who
that,
has 100,000?
Bruce,
The guy with the fucking little hat.
yeah, the dweeb at top there that thinks he's all that there.
What's his channel called?
Bruce sees all.
What's it about?
Him filming the moon and pretty much, you know, a NASA lie spreader, whatever. I don't know, man. This guy is in with NASA and shit, and he started his channel like with a teeny weeny Walmart telescope, and then somebody fucking sent him a donation of $12,000 so he'd go buy himself a real telescope, you know. And then he started filming the moon, and then he started talking about the moon. It was all about the moon, and he got 100,000 subs because he's fucking talking about the moon. Dumb motherfucker.
And what, he's threatening you and shit?
Well, he did a live stream on his channel one day, like after the Zetetic warrior fiasco, and he started saying that I was hacking Jason's channel and I was hacking his channel. So I started up a live stream and I went all berserk on fucking Bruce, but I think I'm not sure if I left that stream up. I think I took it down because I went all out fucking berserk on him, even worse than I just did there. I kept repeating everything he said. And he was saying he's going to send the cops to my house because, you know, of these false allegations that he was making. But he was literally threatening me. He was literally threatening
police on each other and shit. You guys are pussies when it comes to that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But he was literally threatening to send goons over to my house and have me fucking beaten up, man. On that stream.
Fuck up. You guys are such fucking. These guys are absolute fucking pussies. No offense. You guys are not involved in real shit like that. YouTube.
No, he doesn't understand what he does. Like he doesn't understand
that,
you know. Yeah, he doesn't know what he's doing. This is stupid. He thinks he's a big tough guy and he's gonna come and send goons over knocking at my door. Dude, I've been in that fucking world. You don't know where I've been, Bruce, motherfucker. You have no idea where I've been, man. Dude. Yeah, I think we, you know, we don't know the same people. You know, if you want goons, you know, I can present you a couple of goons, bro.
That's it. So you're on a panel with somebody. This is all public knowledge, anyway. Yeah, my uncle was the president of the Hells Angels and shit. Never mind. Yeah, they have friends everywhere, especially over there. What the fuck? What's wrong with these guys? They're acting like they're a part of something like crazy or something. You know? Like, oh, I'm gonna break your nose, and then in the same sentence say I'm gonna call the cops on you.
It's like, yeah, sure, the cops are gonna stand there while you're breaking my nose, you dumb fucker.
Fuck.
It's like as if the cops are gonna go there and they're gonna support him because, you know, everybody doesn't like me. So you know, right away the cops ain't gonna like me, and they're just gonna watch Bruce punch me in the nose.
Bro, there's little kids over here that'll just fucking shoot these guys. Like they're stupid. Like they're not tough. They're not equipped for this kind of shit. You have little black kids in the hood that they'll deal with the little Asian kids or something. White kids, any of them. Doesn't really matter. These guys are crazy. He probably has connections to someone in there. I don't know. He's acting, but no. How do you say you're gonna break someone's nose and at the same time say I'm gonna call the cops on you? I'm gonna come knock on your door, break your nose. I've done it before. You know what? I'll call the cops. Holy fuck!
Yeah, then I'll call the cops and tell them that I broke your nose because you said that
That's the same shit. That's the same shit that Z and Paul were on and shit, bro. They're like, something happened to them. Z got doxxed or something. He's like, I'll call the cops. This is illegal. Paul had another thing.
He wanted to call the cops because we're calling him coward. This is how stupid he is. It's like, I've never been called a coward before, so I'm going to call the cops on you, and tell them that you called me a coward, and get you arrested. It's like,
someone threatened Paul. He's like, yeah, I'll take you to court and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Somebody who hates the system and shit. Now, when someone happens, you threaten to take someone to the court. It's the same kind of pussies. They're just online retards. It's retarded, man.
It's like, yeah. And, well, somebody even told me that, like, I'm gonna kill you, or like, yeah, it was Illumitami says I'm gonna murder you. It's like, well, good luck crossing the border there. It's like, I never take these dumb motherfuckers seriously. It's like they're a fucking joke, They say things that are completely ridiculous and it's not even fathomable. And I mean, just looking at the motherfucker has a hard time leaving his fucking 1-bedroom apartment. How the fuck are you gonna end up here in Canada? Right next to Montreal. Now that I mentioned the town that I live in, you have my full name. Look me up. You want to find out where I am? Come and knock on my door, motherfucker. Let's see how that's going to turn out. It's like everybody thinks that I'm going to just like,
see,
sit
this
there
is
and
why
take it.
OTW. You don't take anyone who talks threats or anything like that. Like, yeah, don't take. I would not take it seriously at all. I'd be more concerned about the people, the quiet people that don't say anything. Those are the motherfuckers you have to worry about. Right? Why would you snitch on yourself by saying something automatically? Right? You don't say shit if you're serious about it.
Like I would actually be more weary of Christos than any of these two dumb motherfuckers up here, or three, or whatever. It's true. Christos
you have to
doesn't
move
say
in
much.
silence.
He sits back. He listens. He's the type of guy you gotta watch, man. It's like, this guy, if he goes out on you, man, you watch it, man. He'll fucking climb on you like a cat and rip you apart like before you even have a time to blink.
Yeah, I'm a secret agent.
Fucking cat mode on you, man.
It's like a dog, right? It's like the little Chihuahua is always barking, but the big dog just chilling there.
Yeah, because the big dog's not really fucking worried about anything. He's not really stressed out, man.
He's like, what the fuck? He knows. Yeah.
I know, man. I have a fucking Great Dane. He just sits around all day, fucking
just chilling, right? Then you have a little Chihuahua, man. Shut the fuck up. Have you ever seen that video? It's hilarious. It's like a meme. It's like two dogs like fucking growling, going crazy with a gate in front of them. And as soon as the owner opens the gate, the dogs completely chill out. They close it again, back to growling. It's like, this is how internet arguments are.
Yeah, that would be a great meme for the show, man. You should get me that.
You haven't seen that video? I'm gonna try finding it. I'll try.
Yeah, find that video, man. That's actually it sounds really funny. So all right, man. People are rolling in right now, man. We got 20 people watching right now, so go ahead and hit that like button. Share this out, everybody. Really glad to see everybody decided to come on over here to OTW News. This is really cool. We started out real slow this morning, but now things are picking up. So you guys seeing a smile on my face? Yeah, I'm the little guy down here in the corner. Check.
You're brainwashed by the social media dopamine fucking loop.
Yeah,
look, now feel happy now, right?
I needed my hit.
You got your
now you guys are here. I'm good. I got my hit. Oh no, Lubass is in chat. Oh, we got Mr. Rob Cleveland's in chat as well. All right, welcome guys. Gary,
I wonder
Barter.
if Benton ended.
Oh, maybe or Z. Maybe Z ended. Let me see. Let's go see who's on, who's off. What's going on?
Let's check it out. Let's see who's live still.
Obviously, what happened? You don't have to think. You don't have to fucking even look.
Come on, man. All right, so we got Paul's going live soon. Moose is live. Who else is live? So that means Benton and Zetetic aren't live anymore. Yeah, both of them are finito. El Caputo.
Oh, really? Okay, cool. Interesting. That's perfect.
All right, so Now that I've gotten this out of the way, these guys are. So this is what I wanted to do. The
To reply,
repeat.
but it's okay. Yeah, he
Start
was bad.
telling me what to do on my channel, Pat.
He was a little.
Yeah, I told
found
you to throw me out if you weren't happy, dumb motherfucker, and that's what you did. So you actually listened to me.
Got him.
I found
And
it.
plus, he asked me. He says, "How much time do you need?" So I was telling him how much time I needed, and he kicked me out before I finished my phrase. It's like, look, I'll even
Disingenuous.
fucking back up. You'll see, it's true what I'm saying.
Shaky. He was like, yeah,
Sorry, sorry, dude.
you're not done with me.
Happy
How much time do you need?
out. See there. How much time do I
Time
need?
do you need?
See, how much time do I need? He says it. He asked me how much time I need. So he didn't even let me finish my phrase.
On your
That's
channel.
it.
Not happy?
How much time do you need?
Fuck out.
I will.
How much time do you need?
You're not done with me, little
The
bitch.
time it's gonna take for this motherfucker to be a
Yeah, sorry,
See?
dude.
All right,
So
hold
I
on.
never even-
OTW. I found the meme with the two dogs. I put it in the private. Play it because it's exactly.
Okay, I
how
got
this
it.
works, bro.
I got it.
It's short. It's fucking hilarious. It's just a few seconds. Yeah. I knew I'd find it. I see. Look, this is on the internet. Real life. Yeah. Back on the internet. Real life.
This is fucking great.
Back on the internet. Open the fucking gate. Then. Back to reality, face to face. You gotta clip that and put it as one of your fucking.
Yeah. This is great.
It's just the same
This is
thing
awesome,
repeating
man.
over and over. But yeah, it's true though, isn't it?
Yeah, I know, but it's just funny that. Oh yeah, this is it. This is the shit, man.
It's the same mentality. It's the same internet mentality, like an animal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're all a bunch of animals here on the internet, man. What can I say? That was a great clip, man. I'm gonna have to use that for future uses here on OTW News. So it
These
is
people
right
are
now
disgusting.
10:09 a.m. here Eastern Time, Montreal, Canada. Please make sure to hit that like button, everybody. Welcome to the show. We are May 30th, and it is 20 degrees Celsius. It's sunny outside. Great day. It's going to probably get even warmer as the day progresses. So I hope everybody's going to be getting some sun today. And welcome to the stream. I'm very happy to have you here. You were saying, Christos?
Sorry, I was just saying, I just commented earlier, these people are disgusting. To whatever you were saying. I don't even think it applied. I was just messing around.
It's all good, man. All right. So let's I think we're ready for a little bit of motivational speeches. I know you guys love it when I play some swats in there. So it is a good broadcasting filler, and at the same time he does put out some good stuff. Maybe we could put an overlay and just listen to his voice.
He has some good messages.
People won't
and
get.
shit. But yeah, he motivates me not to go to jail and get raped and do steroids. Yeah, I'm motivated not to do that. So it's perfect, really.
See, this one's gonna be a good video. That's actually gonna.
I'll grow. I'll
relate
grow my
to-
weed instead of robbing someone for it and then complaining about going to jail after.
Late topic today. Oh yeah, this is gonna be good. I'm already liking the feel of the title here. Called don't
Attention business owners. If you're the owner of
Internet's fucked. You want me to fucking play it for you?
There we go. No, I got it. All right, so we're good. Let me put this full screen. So the title is "Don't Side with Them, Enlighten Them." All right. Okay. So this is good advice for me because the fact that I'm triggered and whatever. Enjoy, people. Anyway, I'm gonna comment with.
Don't side with them, enlighten them. One of my
All right. So that starts out really good.
favorite quotes by far because I truly live by it. Why do you guys believe you can fully neglect yourself and still have a seat at the table? You didn't earn it. If you didn't earn a spot at the table, you shouldn't even want to sit down, motherfucker. You should realize that if you've completely let yourself go and
Hold on,
neglected
pause it
yourself,
for a minute.
that you should not be.
What the fuck is that thing coming off the man's arm? You see that little nipple?
Yeah, I know. I saw it. I've noticed it before.
What is that? Is that like he injected fucking something in there and it fucked up? That's probably one of his fucking track marks from the fucking roids.
I don't know, man.
The nipple track mark. The fuck is that? Can you milk it?
Can you milk it? No, he's got another head pushing in his arm. He's so smart that he needs room he needs extra room to put his brains.
This guy's a fucking idiot.
That's an extension of his brain there.
If he was so smart, he wouldn't have went to fucking jail in the first place. He's retarded, obviously.
Well, he became smart after jail, Cage. Come on.
Of course. Yeah, no, you got to
asking people to
you got initiated. He got initiated and used as a pawn in the game. Okay.
Worst fucking thing you could possibly do is ask your people to accommodate your shortcomings. You need to know your weaknesses and you need to change them. Because the fact is, when you slip, they fall. Your weakness is their way out. Are you a leader or not, motherfucker? Are you a fucking leader or not, motherfucker? Fact is that I'll never show up as less than I could possibly be to any fucking sort of establishment gathering table or meeting with anybody, because that's respect. I'm always prepping beforehand, from my thoughts, how I wake up, my actions, what I eat. Everything is provoked into bringing the best energy. Even these fucking videos.
Oh yeah.
Well, you see, he's using his like jail persona. This is not the real Wes Watson. If that's like, he's because in jail, obviously, you're gonna have to act a certain way. Even like when you live in certain neighborhoods or you're dealing with certain things, you have to act a certain way. You can show zero weakness at all. You have to come off in a certain manner. This guy's a big pussy at the end of the day, I bet. Look at that fucking nipple on the back of his arm. That's what someone in the comments said. That's what his gay followers fucking suckle on. Yeah. You see Paul and Jack taking turns fighting for the teat at the back of his fucking arm. You know what I mean? Who can get the most milk out of it? You can milk that shit, bro. You get steroids out of it. Grow bigger, go stronger. You get steroids. He's extracted out of the fucking.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned once before. I says even his fucking moles have muscles.
I bet he injected someone in that and just turned into a weird fucking. Like you can see this guy chilling with the Aryans in jail and shit.
It's like you have a little mini fucking bench press for the mole. He puts it on his arm, and you see the mole bench press.
You ever seen Blood In, Blood Out?
No,
it's like an old jail movie and shit about like in California. You know what I mean? He's like he looks like he's straight out of he's in the part of the polar bears. It's a classic movie.
Day one, have yourself prepared to that highest place, that highest frequency, that mindset needed to transfer fucking energy. We all know that energy exchange is the language of the universe. So why the fuck are you ever believing that your lack of confidence, your low-level self, that body that you've trashed, that individual that you didn't put work into is an adequate fucking asset to any group of individuals? It's not, motherfucker. So stop believing that it's gonna be there's gonna be a place for you if you're not preparing. Life is about preparation. Success is when preparation meets opportunity. All you guys don't believe you have the opportunities, but you just haven't been preparing for them. They're right fucking in front of you. My dumbass saw them in prison and was like, fuck it. I'm going to get nasty prison blasted because that's what I like. I'm going to get jacked because that's what I like. I'm going to stop drinking and doing drugs and all this shit because that's what I need. And I'm going to preach this positivity because that's what I need. I became what I like. And
yeah, but he forgot that to say that he likes drugs. he didn't mention that. It's because what I need. It's not what I like.
What I need, motherfucker. That's all you have to do. And that's where the quote came from. creation of the individual you admire in every way to then give that person to the world. It became very obvious that I needed the best me, and the world needed the best version of me. The world needs the best version of you. Are you too selfish to create this motherfucker? Or are you going to choose you over them? Or are you going to choose your people over your desires? It's what it comes down to. I always desire to take a different path, but I'd be rich and rare to be the motherfucker I would listen to. I have to pull up in that thing. I have to be wearing that thing. I have to be what I never was. I have to be what I always wanted to be. I have to be the man that I always needed. I have to, because that's the gateway for other people. Your story is their salvation. So if you've gone through anything in this life and came out, you had a horrible life, now you have the best one. This is the best person to give advice. I had the worst life, now I have the best life. And it was all of my own choosing. My mindset, my habits, the way I fucking conducted myself. Thoughts, actions, energy, motherfucker. Do you guys get it yet? There's nothing but alignment. I've told you a million fucking times. And I still don't believe how men could show up with their shot out ass and walk up to their chick and be like, hey, take this shit I've neglected forever. Love me. Women too. Just falling off and being like, nah, we're married. We're together. You have to love and support me. No, I don't. What the fuck? You fucking fully fell off. You're not what you came as. And that's the thing. If you conduct yourself a certain way, you're attractive. Your energy's attractive because you're not a depressed fucking loser sitting there giving off shitty energy. All you guys are accommodating people's shortcomings too much, and it's a form of enabling. You're enabling people to be at a low fucking level, and it's disgusting. I fucking hate it. I'll never enable you because I don't side with you. I'll enlighten you. I don't lie to you. I love you. I want you to win. I don't want you to pull up like that. This is the whole fucking point. The whole point of everything I've ever done. It's like, are you really the product, the best product you could be at this time in this place? And that's the thing. I don't give a fuck where you're currently at. As long as you're working to be better, and once you feel that call from within, that truth, that what you're doing is unavoidable, it's non-negotiable, that you never take a back step. Because most fucking idiots, they take 5 forward steps all fucking week to then take 2 back steps. How the fuck is my computer ringing when this fucking shit is going on? Fuck! My fucking shit's silenced and the goddamn computer's in the other room. Motherfucker! I can't stand a lot of shit in this life.
Man just got pissed off.
Pussy. Biggest fucking problem. They go in my fucking
Man's
roid
rage
rage
is crazy, bro.
sit there.
How the fuck is my computer going off? Slams his phone. But it's in the other room. What?
I gotta see that again.
What a fucking idiot.
Is unavoidable. I go to the step. Because most fucking idiots, they take 5 forward steps all fucking week to then take 2 back steps. How the fuck is my computer ringing in this fucking shit?
How the fuck is my computer ringing? Grabs his fucking phone and slams it on the table.
Why does he have a pink cover on his phone, dude? That's another fucking weird question. What the fuck?
It's red, I think. I don't
going
know.
On? Fuck! My fucking shit is silenced and the goddamn computer's in the other room.
What? None of that made sense at all. That was awesome. That was awesome.
Fuck where you're currently at. That what you're doing is they take 5 forward steps all fucking week to then take 2 back steps. How the fuck is my computer ringing when this?
I just can't stop. It's too fucking funny. Oh god, he gets triggered over his computer, man.
Fucking shit is going on. Fuck! My fucking shit's silenced. The goddamn computer's in the other room.
Look at his fucking little hand signal. Look at his hand signal. He's possessed. Watch. Go back, watch his hand signal. He's doing the devil hand signal after. Low key.
Going on. Fuck! My fucking silenced. Goddamn computer's in the other room. Motherfucker!
Right there, you see it? Yeah, there.
Fucking shit is going on. Fuck!
After he does that,
shit
look, the
silence.
devil gets
The
it.
goddamn computer.
He's doing the horns. Look, he's doing the horns.
Motherfucker.
That's
I
what
can't
Masonic.
stand a
That's
lot
what
of
Masonic
shit in
hits
this life.
people.
And half-ass pussies are the biggest fucking problem. They
He's
go in
doing
my
it right now.
fucking comments and they sit there and they'll see me do like prison sign language. And they know they lived a cupcake, pussy acids. That's the only reason they're triggered. Don't glorify prison, Wes. You fucking stupid bitch. I'm showing you I was that dude, and now I'm being a better dude. I like that you're helping people, but showing the prison stuff is real, you fucking lame. Shut up. Only people who trip on that shit are people who know they lived a cupcake ass fucking existence and they wish they had more validation points of them being tough. You go on their page, they're like, got their glasses, and they're like, hey, let me give you advice. The fuck up, you fucking lame.
Oh man,
Nobody
I
ever
think
wanted
he's
to be
talking
like,
about
get the
Jack
fuck out of here.
Talcott, man. Dude, that had to be fucking Jack Talcott. What he just, who he just described, man, had to be Jack. Listen to this.
Their page, they're like, got their glasses, and they're like, hey, let me give you advice.
You have glasses, Jack has. A lot of people have glasses, right? You have glasses, Jack has glasses. Like a lot. Like, but I'm just saying, I'm sure a lot of people.
Who has the
have.
balls to go up to Wes Watson and tell him, hey man, I have some advice for you. You know, the only insane person I know would be Jack.
Wes Watson's a bitch. What are you talking about?
They're like, got their glasses, and they're like, give you advice. The fuck up, you fucking lame. Ain't nobody ever wanted to be like you. Get your fucking ass out of here. You guys all got to learn. If nobody wants to be like you, nobody's going to fucking listen to you. You should shut the fuck up until you're the person that people would want to be like. That's it. And how do you know if you're someone people would want to be like? If you're the person you'd want to be like. Due to my comments earlier, had glasses, tits, looked like a mini fucking fridge. And it's like, that's not cool that you're glorifying prison. It's not cool that you walk around looking like a lame ass, fat little fucking. You guys, don't be a fucking lame. Be a dope motherfucker. That's a choice. Less. Go!
Bro, I'd love to see the demographic of people that listen to this shit. I guarantee anybody on their shit does not listen to that guy at all.
Who?
Yeah. This Wes Watson.
Yeah, what about him?
I'm saying I'd love to see the demographic, the type of people. If you sat the whole fucking people, all the people listening to this motherfucker in a room, I guarantee you they'd all look the same. Enough of that shit.
What do you mean they all look the same? Like they all be ripped like him, and it's like you all.
No, it'd be the exact opposite. It's a bunch of fucking idiots listening to this shit. It would be the opposite of it. Or people trying to get into it, you know, not really doing anything. Like I'm saying, like very few successful people dealing with this shit would be listening to him. I guarantee it.
Well, I mean, his videos are just 8-minute long videos. I think you're right. You're absolutely right. He targets a certain public.
Yeah, a bunch of fucking idiots. That's who he targets. That's what it is. That's who he's making his money off, and he knows you guys are, you know.
Well, it's a recipe that works, man. I guess you know, whatever works.
I guess, you know, to each your own.
Yeah. So what are we? You're going at 2 hours into the show. It's going 10:27 a.m. What do we talk about, Cage? What do you got for us? You got a little video, we can watch or something, and no fucking dude. Last time, my video was completely. I couldn't get it monetized at all. It's like uneligible. You know? On top, I got a copyright claim.
That too. Fuck.
Yeah.
You didn't get no strikes though, because I've played the same
it wasn't.
shit.
It was a claim, so it's not a strike.
So you just can't monetize it. But what the fuck, you know? At this point, it's like I don't even think it would amount to anything. Anyways, like one stream.
Well, you'd be surprised. The analytics are pretty interesting when it comes to the AdSense part of it.
Like, what do you get per stream on AdSense usually? Like what? Like
Well,
you can go
it's like, well, this is I tell you, but it's like it has changed ever since I've been monetized. So it's like it's increasing every day. So it started out by like 7 cents per 1,000 views, and now it's like at a $2. So I guess it's just gonna keep going up.
That's why I donated to it to make up for that stream. So there, you know, got it back either way. Yeah, like that's what I felt like. I'm like I might as well. I like in my mind, like you know, you're saying some shit. I'm like I might as well just throw him a few dollars for the fucking, you know, because I did fuck up that stream that time. You know, we'll even it out a bit. That's what's
Yeah.
going. I
So,
remember I
hey,
felt bad
ladies
about
and
that.
gentlemen, you have proof right here that Cage has a heart.
I felt
Damn.
bad about it. Right?
You've been unmasked, Cage.
Of course I do. If I didn't, I could be. Yeah, you can utilize certain information and understandings, and you can take advantage of people and do certain things. I tend not to do that. I treat other people in business like I pretend I'm the person on the other end, trying to make myself happy in a way.
Yeah. So you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up. All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We lost like everybody. So for the
That's
few people
fine.
that stayed. Anyway, we got some good stuff coming up, ladies and gentlemen. So be sure to stay tuned for the next segment of the show where we are going to be breaking down a bunch of high level advanced stuff for all of your viewing enjoyment and for people who are tuning in. If you're not too familiar about this, then you guys are going to have to do some research. All right, so go ahead, Cage. Here we go. We're going to add that to stream.
So this is the video is titled "Magnetic Fields of the Human Body and Their Functions," and it's a lecture by Manly P. Hall called "The Occult Anatomy of Man." It's a book, something like that. So it goes into how, what reality are we in? Like, what is this, right? And when we look into this, it goes into the globe or the flat or whatever. But you remember the other topics I've brought up before. If anyone's here, was here recently, on the other occasions I've been on here, we looked into how magnetic fields are produced in the brain, and we're also immersed in the Earth's magnetic field, and it's like almost like a holographic universe or existence, and everything comes through through thought and the mind. And we looked into how there's actual magnetite in the human brain, and how there's chains of magnetite in every cell of the brain. There's billions of them. They create something called magnetosomes, which are chains of magnetite, and how these can be influenced. And the ancients have known about this for a long time, back with like hermetic principles and stuff. I'm not very good at explaining it, but we can get into it here a little bit. Just let me know when you want me to pause it. I'll narrate on it and shit.
All right, go for it. I'm ready.
That's all code stuff.
It's a little old, right?
Morning.
It'll start picking up better audio probably, but yeah, it's actually Manly P. Hall, so this is a very old recording.
And of course, it'll probably be interesting and unsolved when we finish, because it deals with one of the most curious and neglected areas of human research, and that is the magnetic fields, not only of man, but of the universe and of the smallest atom. The beginning of the study of magnetism can be traced back to Egypt, and the staffs and wands of the ancient priests were instruments of magnetic conjuring. Also, we find the Greeks used it, and among the Greeks and early Egyptians, we have the first understanding of the nature of magnetism. It was used principally in healing. It was well known to Pythagoras, who gave us considerable information on the subject, which was promptly forgotten by everybody else. Then we have little knowledge of it, except through the Arabs. The Chinese were aware of it because of the discovery of the mariner's compass. But for the most part, it was neglected until the 17th century, when it became involved in the story of Rosicrucianism. The alchemists, the Rosicrucians, and the Hermetists all were unfolding phases of magnetic theory. The first, probably in more modern times, to use it for healing purposes was Paracelsus of Hohenheim. It was also used strongly by the Rosicrucians and written about in considerable detail by Robert Flood, who was one of the great Rosicrucian apologists. It was also very well known to Athanasius Kircher, the great Jesuit scholar, but for the most part it was ignored. Then we come down a little later and we come upon a curious instrument, Mesmer's magnetic tub. This was a kind of tank in which many people put their feet at the same time and held hands and created a battery out of the water in the tank. It was studied carefully by Cagliostro. It is also known that it interested Saint Germain profoundly, but it annoyed Benjamin Franklin all to pieces.
All right, so these are older experiments that they've done, but they're saying like the ancients even back then knew about this magnetism that does exist. You know, fish use it, birds use it, human beings also use it, and they've even done studies at Laurentian University, where we've looked into this before, where you know, they could have two people in a silent chamber, completely dark. They flash a light in one place, and when they share a magnetic field, they're measuring their brain activity. They both respond. So the person in the complete dark responds as if the other, as the other person did who had the flash of light. So it's connected directly to light in a way too. Very interesting. Yeah. And that's through magnetic fields. So we're all connected in that sense. That's being proven now. It's like you can't dispute it if you look into it. I'll continue it unless you have something to add there, TW.
No, I'm good.
Never able to like the idea at all. After the developments of Mesmer, which were promptly denied by nearly every field of science, the matter dropped into comparative obscurity until more recent times, when within the last 20-25 years it has been revived strongly. And it's this revival that we want to talk about a little this morning, because it is one of the most interesting phases of our study of life. It is interesting that we should use magnetism so continuously and yet never really understand what it is. The oldest folks of the Greek and Egyptian period represented the human being as contained within a kind of bubble. This bubble was referred to also by the physician and who did the human atmosphere studies, Dr. Kilner of the University of Liverpool. Incidentally, the magnetic theory is based upon a very simple fact, namely that what we call empty air is not empty at all. It is the most profoundly used all the elements that we know anything about. We all live within air and have our being, and we know that if air fails, we die. But what we do not realize is that air is not just some oxygen or helium or something of this nature. Air is something in itself. It is a substance of itself. It is a substance so real and so important that it's almost impossible to estimate it. It is a tremendous field of magnetic energy. The atmosphere carries the magnetism of the sun. Ptolemy of Alexandria was one of the first to recognize the manifestations or emanations of solar light as containing an energy in addition to merely a luminous factor. The study of the magnetic powers of the sun will be more or less clearly understood by the study of the seasons. Winter, summer, spring, and these things have all to do with a magnetic factor in the air. And we think of it only as in trying to explain it as a physical astronomical phenomena, since as the rotation and revolutions of the sun and planets. But each of these planets is a field of magnetic energy, and this energy comes to us through what we call air. Now, what is air, actually? Well, we have scientific definitions of it, but there's something more to it than that. Air is something in itself. It is a substance. It is not only a condition of climate or of weather, it is a basic factor in the contributions which make up existence. One thing we have learned from television is that air transmits. We know, for instance, that we can have all kinds of programs on the air at the same time, and they can come from all directions, and they can overlap and interlap, but each one will remain separately identified as though it was moving in a channel or a circuit of its own. And all these scrambling films, some of which are scrambled inside as well as outside, are working on one atmosphere, and that atmosphere is keeping each one of them in a perfect orbit of its own. You can have a dozen programs, if you turn them on.
Jay's asking if I can explain the experiment they've done a bit better with the. So they had two people in a darkened chamber. They produce a magnetic field which naturally occurs. It's around like the Schumann resonance, the Earth's magnetic field, around 7 hertz pattern, and they use something called a chirp signal. But anyways, so they have the two people being induced by a magnetic field. One of them is in the dark. They're using an EEG, which measures the brain activity of the people. And the two minds are essentially one. They flash a light in one room, the other person's in the complete dark, and their brain responds as the exact same way as the person with the light flash. So they've also done it with people imagining tapping somebody on the shoulder, and the same, their brain lights up as if they got tapped on the shoulder physically, but it never happened though, technically. But it's like the same thing. Something going on there.
Yeah. But do you know exactly what the distance was between the two individuals in the rooms? Like, how far apart were they in those two rooms? Like, were they like in the same room and just separated by a wall? What was it?
Yeah, they're within just within like a floor, within 2 separate rooms. Right? But yeah, they're around each other still. And they've done experiments where they've put like a magnetometer around specific people's heads. Like for example, Sean Herbivance. And Herbivance, when you put that around his head, it noticed the needles actually move on it. Like he distorts the local magnetic field. Right? And they've done studies where like some of these spiritual masters and shit, they're into it. There's something actually going on. They change the magnetic field around them, and they've developed technology where you can either enhance it or completely turn it off. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is they're weaponizing this shit. You see a bunch of fucking what people call NPCs or whatever, like kind of like just drone type people. Yeah, you can influence consciousness through magnetic fields, and it goes back to the magnetite, which is in our minds that, we know it's there. There's chains of magnetozones, so you can fuck with that, and you can actually mess with reality, and that's what I think is going on through my research.
Interesting.
Yeah, it just makes sense, right? Like even shit like the Mandela effect of fucking flat Earth or any of that shit can all fall within this,
Yeah.
Like let's say you generate magnetic fields through, I don't know, shit we have in all of our homes, like an internet connection. We're all on the internet right now, I presume, right? So we're all induced with it. You can fuck with shit easily. You can send us certain frequencies and mess with shit. They've proven this shit in the lab in Canada, Laurentian University. If you want to look further into it, search up Dr. Persinger. He's one of the most academically peer-reviewed published people in the world. He has like over 350 reviewed papers on shit, and he went against the grain and started looking into things that they don't really want people looking into very often. But that's why he wanted to stop, and even there's like a bunch of shit happening at the university and whatever. He's like they don't want people knowing about it, But luckily, we still have a few fragments of their work available, still out there. Like of their actual lectures, talking and shit. Yeah.
All right, so I guess we can move on with the video, or
Jay's going off. Jay, you gotta look deeper into this stuff. It's up to you. But yeah, before you make a judgment, right? Because you have no fucking idea. I don't even think you've even heard of any of this shit before. So look into it, then make a judgment.
Turn them off, but none of those programs is going through the air in the form we see it. We see the murder committed on the screen, and we see it broadcast into a theater somewhere or into a home. But it isn't the murder that's going into the home. The murder has not been visible when it went through the air. Something went through with vibration, and this vibration in the magnetic field can be divided into an infinite complexity of separate emanations. In other words, if we had 1,000 different channels, they could be differentiated in the magnetic field so that each one would be broadcast correctly and properly for whatever it is. Thus, we realize there's something out there besides air, something besides helium and oxygen, something besides the ordinary factors we take into consideration scientifically. We are in the presence of a mysterious agent, an agent that is part of everything that we are. Now, studying magnetism as it comes into the human body, we discover along with Tilda that each human body is surrounded by an etheric or energy field. This energy field is sometimes referred to as an aura, but it is not the true aura that we think of in metaphysics. This magnetic field is an area of energy. This area of energy forms an egg-like atmospheric sheath around the physical body, usually extending 3 to 5 feet from it in each direction. This energy field is the basis of virtue, because this energy field depends for its reality, its serviceability, and its protecting power to mood, emotion, thought, and the attitudes of the person around which this magnetic field is gathered. In other words, the individual, if they are normal, if mentally, emotionally, and physically, they are keeping the rules, this magnetic field forms a tremendous protection. It is normal, it is healthy, it is constantly able to handle infections and all kinds of difficulties. It will help to heal wounds. It will help to recover the use of functions and organs. And if we are deprived of some part of the body, it will try to compensate for it. As long as the individual takes proper care of his magnetic field, it will serve him. Now, this is a phase of morality that is generally overlooked. It is assumed that these magnetic fields are something you don't pay much attention to. They're there, maybe they'll help a little. But the truth of the matter is that practically the whole survival of the individual depends upon maintaining the integrity of this flow of energy into the magnetic field. This energy comes from the sun. It comes through a mysterious energy tube in the magnetic field. It enters the individual through the crown of the head. It disseminates through the entire body, and it's excreted back again through the lower centers of the body and is recleansed by the solar energy. This is a kind of a little private tank or capsule of life that we are all carrying about with us all the time. Now, the problem of morality in this is very definite. The moment we break rules, we damage that magnetic flow. We have got to keep the laws of nature, and these in turn are the laws of God, or the magnetic field fails. It can fail because of physical intemperances, which reduce its integrity and reduce its power. It can be wasted in riotous living, which is a common cause these days. It can be variously destroyed by moods, by attitudes, by fears, by complexes. It can be destroyed or damaged by alcohol, drugs, narcotics, all kinds of things. But if this field is damaged, it immediately reacts into health. It damages the individual's vitality. It makes him more easily subject to contagions and infections, and it definitely shortens the life expectancy. Now, if this is so, why do we want to consider it as a moral factor? In other words, what is morality? To the ancients, it was obedience to the words of God or the laws of God. In more modern times, with more intelligent people, it is obedience with the evident will of deity as manifested in creation. Virtue lies in whatever builds up the magnetic fields. Vice is that which tears them down. No human interception can interfere with this in any way. Therefore, if we are good, it's not because the book says we should be. It's not because it was thundered by the laws on Sinai. It is because we keep the rules of the integration of the human structure, that we use the magnetic fields correctly and protect our health and our happiness and our well-being in that way. Now, we think of the magnetic field as surrounding the entire structure of the body, as Kilner shows in his work on the human atmosphere, and Babbitt also in his study of the atom. This, however, is only a phase of it. Each part of the body has a magnetic. Each unit within the individual has its survival in a unit of energy. And this unit of energy is present in the smallest subdivision of imaginable space. It is in the tiniest atom. There is no such a thing as a dead particle in the universe. Even if it is killed by something, the very disintegrating process is a symbol of life energy. Therefore, we are confronted with the natural problem of realizing that virtue is to keep the law of the energy field. Now, the law of the energy field, just by coincidence, is also the law of integrity. The energy field is what establishes right and wrong. The energy field tells us that to lose our disposition and temper is wrong. Use various negative, destructive attitudes is wrong. To compromise the principles of right living is wrong. To think badly, to feel unpleasantly, to be engaged in any action or concept which is contrary to the common good damages the magnetic field and therefore is wrong. Selfishness injures that field. Every vice we know, the breaking of any of the 10 Commandments and a number of other rules result in damage to that field. It has nothing to do with nation. It has nothing to do.
You see, see, this relates back to people getting triggered and shit, and how social media, the social engineers want this because they understand this at a deeper level than they lead on to, right? Because look, if you can have certain people producing specific magnetic fields through, right? You have a bunch of people in here, you feel better, right? You have a few in here, you feel worse or whatever. So you're actually creating a magnetic field and actually adding to a hive mind kind of consciousness, which is beyond that. It's like your reality is being shaped in that fucking manner. It's being weaponized. You know?
Yeah. So you're your own worst enemy.
Yes, exactly. This is what I was trying to say before.
I knew that.
Don't be
I
doing
knew that.
You know what I mean? So it all ties
All right,
together.
so start manifesting some bunch of stuff. Abundance here. Let's go with abundance in everything.
It's not about manifesting. It's about creation. Right? It's about creating it. So without action, you're not going to get anything. Like you have to take a proper action.
Right.
You just fucking do it. Like there's no ifs or buts about it. You're doing it. That's it. And you find a way. Right? Obviously, there's going to be fucking problems, but those are good. You have to look at them not like problems. You have to look at them like an opportunity. For me, that I feel you have to start feeding off of it in a way. It's like, okay, and now I can utilize my will, critical thinking skills, and find a solution for this shit. There's always a fucking way. There's a will, there's a way, like they say. And just doing that, even that produces a specific magnetic field. They can go into certain ways where it's all about visualization too, like attention. Really, I think attention is the key part of it all. So, for example, like when I read an audiobook or even when I talk to anybody or listen to anything at all, I have like a mental overlay of the subtitles going in my mind, like projected in the background, purposefully. And
right.
This engages you into the spelling, the words, and everything. It's like you're filtering it through your own consciousness. About you're playing the fucking game instead of being played by it because you're aware of everything that that's going around. It's hard to explain, but if you do that, doing that really helps. You won't be finding yourself in new situations and shit.
Yeah.
But you see what he's saying though. Like you see it, like it's like the pendulum, as I heard earlier a few times. I was like looking into all the hermetic stuff yesterday. And yeah, it's spot on. I recommend looking into stuff like that. I know it's like it's not as entertaining. You're not gonna get a bunch of numbers and shit, but it's still needed. You have to do it on your own time and do it in the background. It's like so many things.
I'm not worried, bro. This is what today's stream is about, man. Not every show is gonna be the same, and I understand that. So I'm not worried about it. Every show is different here on OTW News, so you never know what to expect, man. You have slow days, you got great days, doesn't make this less epic, So I guess you can
blow it.
Video.
You can blow it up. You can blow it up easily though, and even things like trust me. You're going to constantly get new people. Continue.
The ordinary concepts of codes, because the final code itself is based upon the life principle in each part of the human constitution. So we have each little cell has its own moral responsibility. The stomach has its own magnetic field. The stomach is not simply an organ. It is an organism. It is a living thing within the human body. The same is true of the heart, the brain, the glandular structure, all the organs, the intestine, all the motor system, the nervous system, the endocrine system. These are all entities. They are entities of magnetic unities. They are part of living organisms which are cooperating together for the common good, To abuse one is to damage all. To neglect one is to neglect all. Each of these organs has its own field in the body, and all these fields together constitute the grand magnetic field that surrounds the complete person. Now we go inside of this for a moment to see what we're dealing with. So we go back to Pythagoras, who was very timely in that. He tells us that in Egypt there was a temple in which therapy was the result of this contemplation of symmetrical geometric solids. In other words, the images of therapy were mathematical cubes, octagons, and various forms, dodecahedrons, each one placed upon a kind of altar or pedestal for the contemplation of the sufferer. All were symmetric geometric solids, perfect and complete in structure. To look upon them was therapeutic, because to look upon them accepted their energy as a reality in our lives. Now, these stone solids apparently were not alive. They only gave the impression of value, but actually they were alive. Every form in nature, natural or artificial, has a magnetic field. From the tiniest atom to the greatest galaxy, the magnetic fields are present, and the rules of each of them must be obeyed. Now, if an individual looking at a geometric solid sees in it a perfect proportion, this realization enters into the subconscious life of the person. The imagery of that solid is sent into the consciousness in the form of a benevolent magnetic center. It means that the individual is seeing a harmony, is seeing something in perfect order and perfect correctness. And in visualizing it, wherever we see perfection, it improves ourselves. Wherever we accept discord as inevitable, it injures ourselves. Everywhere looking around us in nature, we see that all natural things are benevolent. It is only when these are abused, mostly by humanity, that these benevolences are lost. So we find that we live in a universe in which everything is in harmony if we are. Now we can say, of course, that somebody else might be out of harmony, and this could injure us. Actually, it's not quite true. The magnetic field which protects us against any negative magnetic field that does not arise within ourselves. We are not contaminated by other people unless by our very conscious weakness or our intellectual weakness or our emotional weakness, we surrender our integrity to the attitudes of other people. If we commit misdemeanors of one kind or another, we are responsible by the effect of these mistakes on our own magnetic field. Now, the magnetic field not only covers this type of thing, but it covers elimination, the intestinal walls. All of this type of thing is damaged, as we know, by hysteria, by various moods. The individual becomes ill because of a bad disposition. Now, we consider this to be just symbol of something that happens that way, but it is not. The individual is sickened by dispositional fault, is sickened because he has damaged the magnetic field of some essential part of his own nature. If he has damaged the magnetic field of his digestive system, he will have dyspepsia. And if the dyspepsia lasts long enough and the magnetic field is thickened long enough, then long enduring chronic ailments can set in. No individual actually is infected entirely from himself, but never completely without himself. All of these unities of facts must be in harmony. Now, in the Rosicrucian philosophy, we had alchemy, the transmutation of various phases of life. Alchemy was a transformation and a transmutation of energies. And these energies are essentially the same ones that we have in magnetism. We therefore have the constant realization that everything we do and everything that we see and have has values of its own. Now let us pick up a pebble from the beach, and we suddenly realize that we're in the presence of a little stone. Today there is quite an interest in little stones, all kinds of stones. We are interested in the crystals that form in rocks and all these types of things. But crystals are formed by magnetism. They are formed by a rate of vibration peculiar to a certain element. And that particular rate of vibration can evolve through the mineral, plant, vegetable, and animal. It is always present. There is a magnetic core on each kingdom, and each kingdom unfolds within this magnetic field. And within each of the composite fields, individual members of the field, with various degrees of growth, are variously individually conditioned. Everywhere, this process of keeping faith with integrity becomes the natural secret of security, survival, and world peace. Now, we can say that it would be very unlikely that, we'll say, a potato could have a magnetic field of its own, but it does. In fact, every cell within the potato has a magnetic field of its own. Therefore, we come into the problem of nutrition. And nutrition is very largely the study of the magnetic fields of various food products. It also tells us what happens when these food products are adulterated or are variously misused or poisonous elements are introduced. All this is part of a mystery that is solved in magnetism. We pass laws against these misuses, but we fail to realize that it is not just the physical factor that we have to work with. The physical factor is only a fragment of it. The main problem is to realize that behind all of these problems, whether of government or of religion or of philosophy, all these things are in trouble because of lack of integrity. And integrity is simply keeping the laws and rules of energy fields. Each field has its own integrity. All integrities in all fields are compatible. All lack of integrity, all departures from integrity in any or all fields are in conflict constantly. The only way the individual can escape conflict is by never abusing the energy factors of his own life. He must never abuse his body, his emotions, or his mind. He must never permit himself to develop attitudes that are incompatible with the integrities which nature has bestowed. The magnetic fields are absolutely honest. There is no possible way of making them dishonest. The only thing we can do with them is to destroy or limit the manifestation of their integrity. If we break the rule, we lose the benefit of that particular energy. When we lose that benefit, we then say that evil has come to us. But it is not an evil thing that has come to us. It is the failure of a good thing to be developed and purified and intensified. Now, the elementary fields, the magnetic fields, are also in a state of constant evolution. They're in evolution in the life of the person. The individual may be born on a certain level of magnetic integrity. If he becomes a better person, he strengthens these values in himself, because actually it is all a matter of gradually strengthening the perfection of an energy resource. Now, no one is going to perfect it in one life or 100 lives, but he's going to grow. And the more integrity grows, the more rapidly the individual becomes harmoniously adjusted to the principle of life to which he belongs. In our world at the present time, we're in a sad state in which practically everyone has broken every conceivable rule. We are living day by day trying to live off the profits from our own mistakes, and this is not really profitable. We are not realizing that this has nothing to do primarily with the theology. This has nothing to do with laws of government. This has nothing to do actually with our legal codes. It has to do with the relationship of energy to its proper ends and purposes. We know what it's supposed to be. We know what it's supposed to do, and we know that it isn't accomplishing. Now, would say that something we might say as integrity is not a thing. It is something, an attitude. It is an approach to a thing. But this is not really true. Integrity is also a magnetic field. Everything. Sorrow is a magnetic field. Ocean water is a magnetic field. Everything that has an existence has a magnetic field. It may have one that is not even visible. And the whole of our atmosphere, the whole of the world in which we live, is one mass of magnetic interplay. But as long as these are kept honest, they are all compatible. And a universe in which there was no dishonesty would be free from every infirmity. But it's not possible as yet to achieve to this. But we can achieve to varying degrees of it, and we can exceed and excel the amount we are born with if we decide to stay with it for the duration of our lives. Therefore, we can look around us and see what constitutes a magnetic field. Let us take, for instance, our television industry, which is in very poor shape at the present time. Television is actually using magnetism. It is part of a world of electronics, which we consider now to be simply a physical thing. So we say to ourselves, we have all these stations, a great many of them, and they are all broadcasting on various wavelengths.
See, now this is very interesting, OTW, if you're there. Because, look, he's talking about dishonesty, right? The whole reason why you're upset with that thing is because people are being dishonest, you know? They're half-truths in that. And that generates a specific magnetic field, dishonesty does on their part. And then it's like an action and a reaction type loop. Subconscious works, right? So then you respond in a particular manner, which matches that specific outcome, right? Like you add certain chemicals together, you know, it has specific reactions. If you're just you know, if you don't have something to basify it, or you know, like annul the reaction. So it's like it's very alchemical in a sense if you look at it like that. That's what the alchemists are kind of alluding to. So it's like transmutation, right? Like you always have something there, no matter what. You know, it's like a mental trick, like subconscious thing. That's why it always works through allegory and symbols and stuff. So that's a really imprints on your subconscious. You know, that's why subliminal messaging works so well and stuff. You know, but yeah, you always have someone in your back pocket to neutralize any sort of reaction that's going to occur. I think when you do that, everything will fall in place. You know, and I'm saying that for me, for you, for everybody, myself and you, myself and I, you, yourself, and you know, we'll look at it the same way. But yeah, it all goes some good stuff.
Yeah, sorry, I stepped away for a second. I went to get myself a coffee. Yeah, but please go on.
Among others, we have a special station for the police department. We have a special station for the fire department. We have all kinds of internal usages of these mechanisms, which we call transmission. But when we get all through with it, television transmission is a work achieved by energy. There is an energy field, and it is unfolding and developing in a larger energy. The atmosphere through which these messages pass is it.
Sorry for interrupting. I'm gonna let it play right after this, but there's one other thing I have to add to it, and it's that remember that thing we played earlier with the dog. The dog's like you know, at the fence. You open the fence, they're face to face. You know, they're all cool. You close it again, back to the same behavior. That's what he's trying to say with the transmission. You know, like the overlay. So it's like, so now you're getting into this. You know, you have the dishonesty, which is producing a magnetic field. You have the overlay of the screen, which is also producing a magnetic field. Everything does, even the plant thing. That's why I got you demonetized for that video, looking into the plants. Even plants do. Inanimate objects do. Everything. So you put that overlay on, you know. So it's like a double fuck. Like, yeah, you're getting completely trapped into a fucking, you know, a false reality, if you want to call it that. Which is dependent on yourself to create. So, yeah, it's quite the trick that's being pulled. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fuckers. I'm continuing.
Itself a great field of light, and it is alive. Space is alive. Space is not merely some atoms alive in a vacuum. Space itself, as a substance and essence, is part of the great magnetism of the sun. Now we have here all these stations broadcasting on their own wavelengths. Now, into this magnetic field, which we call the atmosphere, is dumped a conglomerate you wouldn't believe. There's all kinds of things. Not only the conglomerate of the television, but the conglomerate of senates and houses of representatives and various governments, religions pouring their influences into it. This atmosphere, which we can see right through if it isn't for the smog, is continuously being filled with something. And yet, with all that, this thing which we call atmosphere, and is empty, so-called, nothing to see, is able to differentiate those stations so perfectly that what you see here will go through that air. And there's no image going through. and it will come out again in another receiving set, be proving conclusively that in its entire transmission, perhaps around the world, it was never for one moment deprived of its integrity or its individuality. It was never masked into other things. Now, occasionally we make a mistake and try to put too many things on one channel, but that is up to us. If we do it right, there'll always be a channel for anything we want to channel that way. But it will always come through, although it is coming through a medium which we can't see, and at any point along the way, there's no program noticeable, no program possible. But at a proper point, a receiving station can recreate that particular program in all its detail, although it was passed through maybe thousands of miles of so-called empty atmosphere. And all these different channels have never become confused unless we have improperly channeled. So we have all this proof that there is something out there in space. Now that what's out there in space is also subject to toxins. We can say that some broadcasts are toxic. We can say that anything that goes through that space, which by vibratory rate is not good, is damaging not only itself, but its recipients, and is also poisoning the channel. As long as we have corrupt patterns, as long as aggressive commercialism, as long as corruption is indulged in over the airways, we will have magnetic sickness in the air. We will have it in the air, and it will permeate our homes, our families, our governments, and our nation. We will sicken that level through which that particular energy flows, so that the energies that we use for communication have their own sickness. They have their own vibratory rates. And the problem is the corruption of a communication media does not mean that the individual will have a complete collapse of his system. It will mean only that that part of his system which is turned into that community medium will be damaged. He can go right on, go to church, and build up that one. In the meantime, however, the television is tearing down another energy. Now, as you tear down these energy fields, which most people don't even know exist or believe in, you are also opening yourself to all kinds of sickness and also all kinds of moral energy decay. You are opening yourself to the corruptions of the life principles which are necessary to maintain you. The moment you damage a level of integrity in your own magnetism, that level of integrity becomes sick. The moment that becomes sick, part of the defense against exterior problems is reduced. The only way in which the individual can be really dominated by anything except himself is when he sells out his own energy and becomes negative to other things. He has to relinquish his own integrity before he can be damaged by outside forces. There isn't enough evil in all the world to destroy the integrity of one person. He must destroy it himself, or compromise it, or relax it, or be talked into something. But it has to be his own action. Therefore, the damages are, in a sense, not only moral, but are absolutely just in their actual integrity. And this is the way in which, apparently, as the Chinese noted, the universe creates the concept of right and wrong. This right and wrong is simply a matter of what builds up and what tears down the essential energies upon which life depends. So we have this problem in every field of life. We have it in the narcotics problem. We have it in a large part of commercialism. We have it wherever there is an attitude of putting profit in advance or over integrity. Wherever the individual makes this compromise, he immediately becomes a part of this particular problem. Now we'll take another phase of it. The person is looking with his eyes at something that he sees. He can be reading a book. He can be watching a television. He can be outside watching a horse race. He can be outside watching a golf ball. Whatever he is doing, his eyes are receiving energy. The energy is the magnetism which carries the image from the outside to his own inner optical centers is like the same thing as in the case of television. The golf ball definitely does not go in from the golf field into his eye. What goes into his eye is no golf ball. but it is a potential which will immediately be reactivated into the appearance of a golf ball. He will see it because it was changed into an energy formula, received into himself, and then reinterpreted again as what he has seen. And he will have no knowledge of anything except what he saw. Now, this is becoming more and more obvious to us as we go further into the study of computers. This is all part of the process of things being changed from what they appear to be to the energy equivalents of themselves, and then restored to their forms in order to be perceptible to our various faculty perceptions. Therefore, again, everything becomes a matter of keeping the energy fields clean. And the only way they can be kept clean is by using them properly. Now, two people watching a golf game may see the same game. One is interested merely in the fact that it is a recreation. The other person may be very competitive, determined to win at all costs, and perfectly willing to cheat a little if it can win quicker. In the first place, the energy is perfectly okay. The vibrations are normal. But in the second, ulterior motives have entered into the playing of the game. And this is something that is troubling us throughout the sports world at the present time. Practically every sport has been commercialized.
Good point, though. You know, we should talk about what we're hearing a bit to make it our own a bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's not copyright, but yeah, it's for that's how you're allowed to get away with certain things, right? So, what I do agree with it. What he's saying is completely true. Integrity in what you do. We're having this conversation on here before. I think it was maybe about a couple weeks ago, week and a half or so, and freedom was on here, and we had this whole thing. Everyone was discussing morality and what does that really mean. I think, and what I was saying on there is like, yeah, you see like a piece of garbage on the ground, you don't just walk past it.
Yeah.
You have the integrity to pick it up and put it in the rightful place. You can't get rid of it. You can only transmute it. And that has like a deep meaning to it in a way. And just hearing this kind of made me think back to that. It's like, yeah, it's all kind of connected there.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's like a good technique, OTW, and I recommend using it whenever you experience any kind of strife or, any of this negative kind of a magnetic field generation, as you can see, which, even Manly P. Hall back in almost over 100 years ago now was talking about it, and modern day science is proving it. The examples with Dr. Persinger and Todd Murphy and them, but and a bunch of other researchers too know about it. It's not really discussed at all. But yeah, so it's like mental transmutation, right? So
Right.
this whole like picking up the trash and getting rid of it, you can't really ignore this stuff. You have to neutralize it, right? Put it in its rightful spot, and then it gets put back into the ether or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So you notice the negative stuff, like don't let yourself, like remember, emotions are very powerful. It's energy in motion.
Right.
So you're giving up a certain aspect if you're letting yourself get too divulged in this nonsense we're seeing. And we're going through that screen too. Remember with that dog thing. So there's a screen there. Everyone's like all barking, but you remove the screen, and everyone's like, they're all friendly now, right? So we have to get rid of this fucking false narrative of, people will not. This is not a natural way people act. This is not how people should socialize, technically, right? Like I always said this. Like imagine we had all these people on YouTube. Imagine all of them were in like a big room together. It would definitely not go anything like it does online, right? So,
well, like that clip that we were showing before of the two dogs.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Like, that's the point. That's why I showed you it, because it's so true. It's so fucking true. So that even has a magnetic field that they utilize. It. This is their fucking little spiel. Their little fucking thing. So we have to remember that, right? This is online. Like I'm sure if you and your friend that you're having an argument with or whatever, you guys are in the same room, it'd be a whole different conversation. You get right to the bottom of it very quickly, and you'd either, it could go wherever it goes. But I'm saying there's gonna be a quick resolution to it, None of this smoke and mirrors and all this bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean.
Yeah, it'd be resolved quickly, regardless. I mean, it could, depending. People are more sensible when they're in real life. Online, it's like a little fantasy world they're living in, a little bubble, as Hall said earlier in this. A bubble within a cage.
Yeah.
That'd be a good logo. The cage or the bubble within. I was thinking about that earlier, like the whole world within it now. Bubble, a cage, and a circle.
Yeah. Cage-will bubble in a circle of bowl.
Anyways, we'll continue unless you have.
No, I'm good. I'm actually clipping out those two dogs. I'm making a clip with it.
See, even like things like this, right? Like even if they don't get good views, like I think there's a lot of good knowledge in here, and you can clip certain things out, put them as shorts or something, put them on the the Instagram that you're making,
right?
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's always good little things you can get out of it. Let's continue, but it depends. What I think you should be more serious about it, right? Like it's like not really into that whole shit. You can make your own thing where it's just like, I don't know, man. If you want to do it, I'll fucking do it for you. But we're not.
I can do it. Like, don't worry.
But
about
I
it,
want I'll say I'll do it, but I want to get a certain message out there. That'll be my prerogative and my payment. And for that, it's like can have some like I don't want like so much of this kind of fucking shit. I want to like we need some education days in there. You know what I mean? Can we have like a couple days out of the week that are education based only? For those that are serious, like
Yeah, I get it. Like one of them really like a serious show dedicated.
Yeah, and then
to
the other times do whatever the fuck you want. I don't want to destroy your freedom, your creation shit. But yeah, but I'm saying for some days like proper education shit. Yeah, so people, some people like that, but they actually want some kind of substance in it too. Right. And like if you go after certain people, that's what they're gonna expect. Like they're probably gonna click away pretty quick unless they're getting something out of it they haven't already, they don't already know or something. So you have to find like a happy balance. But yeah, if you want, I'll just do it just for the fact to get the message out. Like you have a face behind. I'm realizing now. I was thinking is like, yeah, if you're willing to be on the camera and do your thing, I don't really. I'm more of a background type of person. You know what I mean? Maybe you can work something out there.
Yeah.
And then it can be mutually beneficial. Maybe you can pump a couple caged farms ads in there here and there. Fuck it, I'll do it for you.
Dude, I don't mind promoting your channel and your stuff and your business, man. You know how I am.
I don't know. We can make a mutual.
You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
Because I can make this. I can make this channel huge. I could have done it on my own. Like it's so easy to do, man. I'm telling you. I know how to do it too. I'm good at it. I'll do it. I'll do it for you. Fuck it. You give me permission for it?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
All you gotta do is here. I'll put my email in the private. Send me the clip. Like, can you clip up some stuff, and I'll just post it for you. And
like
do it on the Instagram because like I don't like whatever. It's up to you. Like whatever you want people to see. I
was thinking to try. Yeah, I guess you're gonna have to give me some time. I'm gonna go clip out some good parts out of some live.
But first things first. Before that, I even need like I need your logo, right? And I just need your logo, so, whatever logo you want for for the account.
Right. Well, I got that. I can drop that for you easily. Leave me your email in private.
You're gonna be surprised. We'll get past like the follow you have here. I'll get past that in like a week and a half or two. Watch and do it a certain way.
Okay, hold on a sec. I was still looking for this YouTube. Man, they're really making it hard for you to fucking download YouTube videos now.
Fuck it, yeah. If you're willing, you're willing to be on the camera and shit. Yeah. Like that's how it works. Sometimes like a lot of these people you see at the face, the faces and things. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background. I'm more of a background type of person. We'll deal with it though. I'll funnel a whole lot of people in it.
All right. Get link. What the fuck? This is another shitty fucking man.
Yeah, I'll put my email in the back. Just send me the logo you want for the account.
All right.
Like really, what you should do is I want to be like, all right, I don't know. You should probably make your own thing, and then give me the details to handle it. You know?
Right.
But if you want me to make it for you, I could. But then it's made
What
off
the
my
fuck's going
IP,
on?
the IP I'm using and shit. Okay. But here, there's the email. Just send me the fucking logo. I'll deal with it. Anyways, I'm gonna continue this. Figure that out.
Yeah, all right. I'm still trying to fucking understand what's going on here with these stupid. I can't get any fucking video converter something from YouTube. Something's going on.
You better not start acting like an idiot when you blow up on it.
No, dude, have you seen me act like an idiot? The only thing I've done here is promote information.
Don't let it get to your head and shit. It's like when people start like I've seen this thing multiple times. You know, you put people on a certain way, then boom, they blow up. They're all acting like they're sick or something.
Nah, I
Just
ain't gonna
remember who
become
you
like,
are.
dude. I ain't gonna become like Flat Earth Paradise, that fucking Elon Davis dude or whatever. No, I think I got the video. Hold on, let me see. I'm just checking it out. Damn it, what's going on? Okay, there it is. I got it. Yeah, I got it. All right, so this is gonna be good because now I'm gonna open up my video editing thing, which is gonna slow the computer down. Hey, dude, weren't you supposed to press play on this thing, Cage?
Yeah, hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, press play for a sec. Let it play while we do our, backstage administrative, stuff. Oh, there's the email. That's good.
All right, first things first. Yeah. Send me the logo you want. That's the first thing you should. The clips can wait. No, I'll just trust me.
But just
Like,
press
that
play
can
while I
wait.
do that. Though, well, you
We
gotta.
can
There's people
build this
watching.
shit up. We can build this shit up
By
to a few
commercial-
thousand before you even fucking post one thing. You're good.
We simply mean that it is no longer a sport.
Real shit,
It
not
is a
bots.
profit to some and loss to others. The moment this happens, the magnetic
Okay,
field is tainted.
email, new
And from that
message.
time on, everyone who takes on the negative attitude damages himself. Now, 99 people may take it on and damage themselves, but 100th person who does not take it on does not damage them, simply because the others do. The idea that damage is contagious or actually infectious is only true if the individual who is the recipient is basically inconsistent with integrity themselves. There is no reason why anyone should recognize the fact that another person is capable of contributing to their delinquency. For it is said definitely that many may fall upon the right hand and many upon the left hand, but the just person shall not be moved. We are all, therefore, wrong when we say that civilization is destroying us. That is not true. What is destroying us is our acceptance into our own inner life of the shortcomings and mistakes that we associate with civilization. We get into a political tangle, and we start hating people, and we start guerrilla warfare. And guerrilla warfare is simply another negative use of energy. All of the energy of life has to be used properly. The moment it is abused, it becomes dangerous. So we go on a little further into something else, the arts. Every picture that we see has a magnetic field. The fact that it apparently is a work of art on canvas or carved in wood and stone does not affect the fact that any form, every form that is integrated is alive. And every form that is alive because of factors brought together in a certain specific pattern. In the case of a painting, it is the life in a canvas, the life in a frame, the life in each twisted tube, and then in the life of the artist. Everything, and the object of the picture. Everything is made up of living elements. This idea that everything is dead, that can't run around, is a mistake. Everything is alive that can be seen. A chair is alive because it has a magnetic field, and this magnetic field changes with every chair. And yet there is always this problem of what is right and what is wrong. A good chair will always have a good magnetic field. A chair which we destroy by misuse will be destroyed, and we will suffer in our magnetic field for this act of destruction. Everyone is responsible for the destruction or the mistake that he causes. And in every case, the object of that mistake is either nullified or broken down or discredited in some way. So we go on, we take a little look around, and we see pictures. Well, we see the Venus de Milo, the armless wonder, and we wonder if it has any magnetic field. It certainly has. It has magnetic field, and we can revive that field in ourselves every time we think of it. If we've ever seen the picture, that picture's image or the statue itself will be with us as long as we live. It's what we do about it is not very much use. But it's there. It's a fact. And if the picture is good, and the painting is good, and the carving is proper, these all add to the goodness of things. If an artist, however, starts a career of corrupt art, he is damaging his own magnetic field, and he is damaging the magnetic fields of those who approve of what he has done and accept it. That is the reason why the censorship of integrity is important to art, music, and every other field, because it is part of the inevitable laws of life. Incidentally, therefore, where we find hard rock and these things which are becoming dangerous, our doctors tell us they are dangerous, our neurologists tell us they are dangerous, and all that, but no one has really managed to think why, except noise is unpleasant, or noise is dangerous to small children. The real damage is to the magnetic field. The magnetic field of the small child can be so badly damaged that it can never really recover. Because if it happens before it has the age of consent, before it reaches up to the point where it chooses its own life, it has to be dependent upon someone. And the person upon whom it is dependent is also damaged if they do not demand integrity. Wherever the integrity is damaged, the one who causes the damage is the primary one who must pay. And if the individual causes his own damage, then he is the one that must pay for it. But the damage is not in the building or in the rock or in the stone. It is in the magnetic field. It is in that part of ourselves which we depend upon to maintain our various integrity. Today, neurosis and other emotional ailments are very frequent. And we have to give considerable thought, therefore, to the causes of these. We look around us, we see a generation which has lost all sense of value because it doesn't even believe in value. It also has been corrupted by the example of the previous generation that has torn down most of the ideals and dreams with which the civilization has been built. The only way we can really get to this would be through a reorganization of our science of energies. We would have to have a full and scientific study of all of the energy fields that are involved in human life. We would have to therefore come to the conclusion that there is no problem in which these fields can be evaded. And as these fields are all essentially right, and the diversion of this to something else is wrong, we then have the basic value of virtue, the basic value of doing it right in the first place, or what we might call a reformation. A reformation is nothing but a reform of the use of available energy. Everything is energy. Atomic bombs are energy. The oil spill in Alaska is energy, waste energy, and abusive energy. All these things. And they all arise from something being wrong in the integrities of life. We have compromised principle by going away from the energy values. So we go back to the individual now, and we find him.
You saying something, OTW?
No, I was talking to my dog.
I thought you were saying something. The dog's a part of the
I'm
magnetic
sending you
field,
the
too.
email as we speak, uploading the logo and sending it to you now.
Cool.
It's
Yeah,
sent.
we'll get it going. We'll get it going, but yeah, don't worry.
It's all done. Now, time to open up the clip so I can make the meme for the show and play the video, unless you have something to say.
Standing in the midst of his own magnetic field, with his structure protected by the constant radiating force of outflowing energy, an outflowing energy that vitalizes everything from the center outward and nourishes the solar system, which is the human body, from the level of the sun, as in astronomy. The ancient astrologers believed that these energy fields originated in man himself, and that the source of all the energy fields in the human body is the heart, that this is the thing from which all else radiates. Therefore, the most dangerous of all corruption is the abuse of love, abuse of friendship, abuse of integrities, abuse of fidelities, and abuse of those things of benevolence, mercy, and compassion, which are associated with the heart. As those energies remain firm, the heart radiating out to the circumference of the magnetic field of the body is completely protective. it will be practically impossible for anything to damage it in the area where it is functioning properly. There may be other functions which is not yet perfected, but if the individual is basically honorable, he will be able to perfect these without too much. Actually, however, if these energies are wrong, if the individual begins to hate somebody, or an individual breaks a friendship from selfish, or an individual breaks his friendship for advantage or gain, for physical or economic gain, immediately this defense is down. The individual who cheats has lowered his defenses against being cheated in his own turn. Everything, if he does an evil, he opens the way for an evil to be done to him, because he has destroyed the magnetic defenses. Now, you can't say where those defenses are or what exactly you understand them, but they are invisible, but they are very real. They are real, and they represent an actual flow of energy. Now, in the Middle Ages, we had magic come into this too, and we realized something that's seemingly coming back to us today, namely that inanimate objects have magnetic fields. Therefore, stones, trees, everything we can think of is subject to magnetic existence. And these magnetic existence are radiant. They convey meaning and value in all directions. Therefore, we know why Paracelsus made such a point of certain talismans and things of that nature, because he believes that they had to do with the magnetic field. He was the one, probably, who first made the use of dew in an effort to gather certain magnetic values from it. He lived in Switzerland, where the dew is very heavy, and he put glass plates out on little stands, and on these glass plates at night, under certain positions of the planets and the moon, he gathered the dew, impregnated with the vibrations of the planetary positions at the time of the exposure. These materials he bottled and labeled exactly as he would an ordinary medication. And he gave these to the sick when an ailment arose that required this type of medication. He therefore developed something that was almost the same as a very high degree of homeopathy, where natural remedies derived directly from nature without conditioning of any kind were suitable to correct certain difficulties which might arise from the depletion of natural resources. This is the same as almost every other phase of life. Religion, for example. Every building, every church is a living entity. Every bank is a living entity. Every war office is a living entity. These things are not merely buildings. They are embodiments of attitudes. Everything is alive with the quality for which it was created. The war office is tied to war. The bank is tied to banking. But banking is a living fact. It is the banking that is the real living involvement in the so-called story of banking. And these things are all alive. And each one of these, as it comes into life, is born with a certain responsibility. We will say that a young person born into a family is born to help to maintain that family, protect it, and serve with it for the completion and perfection of the community. The same is true of a bank. A bank is part of an organization, part of an entity, part of something created for a purpose. Now, if the bank fulfills this purpose honorably, it is then healthy. If, on the other hand, it decides to make an unreasonable profit, if it decides to sacrifice its integrity for the advancement of its own institutional existence, there is trouble. The bank will ultimately go broke. The stock exchange, when it was created to help farmers and merchants to share their goods and make proper and reasonable investments, as they all sat together under a tree in the south end of New York, if this institution had remained a benevolent organization of service, it would be still probably very practical and very useful. But instead of being that, it has now become a structure of misuses and abuses. And the result is it is gradually destroying itself. Now, entities, a republic is an entity. It is a magnetic field. An autocracy is a field. A monarchy is a field. A communistic institution is a field. Every one of these organizations use energy. You use it in 1,000 different ways. political speeches, harangues on the street corners, battles in the galleys and back roads. Everything is involved. And every one of these energy fields that becomes corrupted in any form or in any way is doomed to disaster. Therefore, our code of honor is not based upon the Mosaic Code alone, although that is a very good one. It is actually based upon use and abuse. There is no possibility of an abuse succeeding. It will seem to succeed for a little while. It will succeed in the same way that an abuse of the body will apparently provide the individual with an opportunity to make very serious mistakes. But in the end, the energy fields pay the bill. Every misuse of life responsibility, use of basic materials, the abuse of forests, the abuse of water, the corruption of air, all these things are paid for in magnetic defects. And we are beginning to recognize them now. We are wondering why some of these strange things happen that have been happening in the last few years. Nuclear fission is a great tragedy, not because it's simply a...
What's going on, OTW?
What do you mean? You're the one playing the video. You're.
Oh, there is some music in the background. How much longer we got on here? 23 minutes, pretty much. Yeah, I gotta be somewhere for 1:30. So
You got a what?
I gotta be somewhere for 1:30. So I gotta leave soon. So I'm gonna finish this. I'm gonna get off after. Hopefully, someone else hit the fucking link, for God's sake.
Just let it play. Let it play, and when it's done, I'll just stop sharing
offends
it.
the peace-loving human being, but because it is a misuse, a violent corruption of energy. It is the use of a divine power to injure other people. Therefore, that which lives by the sword must perish by the sword. So our whole morality is a matter of life energy. It is a matter of gradually bringing all our intemperances into patterns of usefulness and creativeness and constructiveness. It is the gradual victory of a friendship over animosity. It takes the stranger out of existence and puts the friend in its place. Everything is part of working towards a harmonious balance of the natural resources of the solar power. Everything can be used to advance the common good, but everything that is used to destroy will be destroyed by its own destructiveness within itself. Now, another phase of that is now coming into focus very strongly in the problem of general reformation in human relationships. We have today a problem of marriage, divorce, adoption of children, all these different moral issues. Now, we're going to have to finally settle down, and every person will have to decide whether he is going to fulfill his own purposes or whether he is going to obey the laws of nature. If he obeys the laws of nature and understands them, things will be solved. If he keeps on doing as he pleases with no consideration for values or for the rights and purposes of nature, he will be in trouble. Everywhere it is energy that must be properly used. Now we have now considerable emphasis upon the creation of new energy symbols. And this is more or less an interesting phase of our problem. The ancients used all kinds of symbolic designs to indicate energy. They had their pentacles and their signs and their symbols and their images. And in metaphysical thinking, philosophical thinking, there was a great emphasis upon meditation and the mantras and mudras of the esoteric doctrine. These are very important. But now comes the question. Meditation is a mood for the distribution of energy. The power of meditation has to do with the use of magnetic energy. Therefore, the problem of meditation is very simple. You say to yourself, I want to develop a higher grade or higher level of integrity. Therefore, through meditation and the dedication to the highest principles that I know, I will achieve a great improvement in character. Now, this is very good, proper. It's been followed by sadhus and hermits for ages. It has been followed by early Christian monks for nearly 2,000 years. Therefore, there's nothing wrong in meditation. But someone, out of the smartness of something, decided that by meditation he could also accomplish a certain amount of selfish fortune for himself. I know one individual who taught high disciplines for the sake of improving socially, making a wealthy marriage, increasing in business, dominating other people, and was doing very well with it. One day I got a telephone call from the local hospital. This individual was sick. So he went down. I said, well, what seems to be the trouble? It was a woman. She was in tears. She said, you know, all my life, or for many years, I've taught people to think rich, think happy, think healthy, and I am dying of cancer. Well, that is, again, a strange kind of poetic justice that seems very cruel. No question about it. But the individual had broken the rules that associate with magnetic energies. The rule of all possession is right use. The use of all esoteric doctrines and disciplines is for the advancement of the common good. And when we start meditating for a fortune or something, we are headed to trouble, because this is contrary to the proper use of magnetic resources. Magnetism is a great field of energy available to all. The price of it is simple. Earn it. You've got to be right. And all the energy of space is available for the right use that you can make of it. And as much as the right use you can understandingly create at the proper time. But the moment the individual becomes selfish or self-centered, the magnetic field of his own body begins to fail. Kilmer pointed out that there is great difference in these matters, and other scientists have noted that where selfishness comes into a religious situation, there's always a disappointment. And where we are selfish in marriage, where we are selfish in relationships, we are destroying the defenses of our own magnetic field. Now, actually, there is a certain poeticness in this injustice on these particular problems. The individual who is selfish and abuses the field loses the protection of his own life against the selfishness of others. If he loses his own protection, then the selfishness of others can move in on him. And if he tries to take something from another, he also opens the door for that person or some other person to take something from him. It is reciprocity. Energy is the most important and priceless of all ingredients. It is something that everyone needs and must have. The waste of energy, the abuse of energy, is the abuse of the magnetic fields. The moment they are abused, they fail us. And very often the failure is a kind of poetic justice. It is something that happens that we can't explain. But I think we find it was clearly indicated in the Goethe's line of Faust. It says, how closely fate is linked to virtue, doth never to the fool occur. Had he the wise man's stone, I swear it, the stone had no philosophy. Wherever we have skill, we have knowledge, we have unusual abilities, we have been given good educations, we have been perhaps by good parents advanced in as much morality as possible, and then we go out and immediately sacrifice all that we have gained or has been helped we have been helped to have on our own personal selfish. That means no wise man's stone for us. That means that we will not be able to succeed because we have, in a treasonable manner, perverted that which was our constructive birthright. So we're here today as part of a world of selfish people. We're here today with everybody trying to get theirs before somebody else takes it away from them. We're here in the presence of governments of questionable integrity, products of questionable value, and also another general factor which we must also face, and that is we are now nearly 5.5, almost 6 billion disillusioned people. We have not much faith in anything. Every day the newspaper helps us to lose what honesty and faith we might have. We can become finally convinced that we live in a completely corrupt world. Therefore we are bewildered, we are intimidated, we are worried, and very often just simply give up and follow the line of least resistance and go down with the rest. Now, this isn't really the way it was intended to be. Actually, the bad news that we have has nothing to do with us unless we're part of the bad program. Now, you might say, well, it's nicer to imagine a world in which we could all work together. There's no doubt about it. It'd be much better. But until such time, the individual who is trying to be right has got to be careful that he is not infected by a common disillusionment. He cannot afford to say everything is wrong and mean it. He's got to hold inside of himself a realization that principle is the basic value, and that regardless of what happens in the world, he cannot lose sight of protecting his own energy resources, because it might just so happen that he could be one of those who could help to change the course of history. In other words, disillusionment, despair, discouragement, bitterness, anger, frustration, all these do nothing to the person against whom they are turned, but they do everything to the individual who uses them. Therefore, no matter what we read in the paper, no matter what comes to us over the radio or in television, the individual must retain within himself the realization that there is a great good behind everything, and that that great good will succeed, and that this magnetic field we're talking about, which extends not only through this solar system, but through the entire galaxy, decrees within itself by its own immutable process that evil can never win. We must go through certain travail in connection with it. We have to finally learn to our own satisfaction that we can't do it badly and be well off. But until such time, values never change. Never will we be punished for what somebody else does. Never will we be rewarded for the virtues of others. We must achieve these things ourselves through our own efforts, through our own integrities, and through our own dedication. And all of this is added up in a mysterious bank account, which is called energy or magnetic resource. It is there to serve us. It is there to serve the individual who does wrong. But if the individual does wrong, the service collapses, and the individual who does wrong finally finds the energy turns back upon himself, and the corruption continues. We must keep this center of consciousness within ourselves in a condition of correctness. In Buddhism, the heart is called the Saptapana, the house or temple with 7 rooms. It is within this temple, as Buddha points out, that the great initiation against the hindrances has to be performed. The individual has to be initiated in his own heart. He must accept as a fact that his own integrity is his only strength, and also that his own honesty is his only wealth. All else is some kind of a delusion, which will ultimately turn back and whip him. So in the quietude and peace of the realization of the immutability of good, the inevitability of right over wrong, the endless and continuous process of redemption going through every area of nature, all things in due time will come back into the peace which they sacrificed when they tried to put self as an individual above universal reality. We should have. I don't see how we have gotten into the state we've gotten into, really, because I do know, but I'm not mentioning. The real fact of the matter is that as we look around us, there's every reason to know that we live in a beautiful world. We live in a tremendous sphere. And we are already beginning to realize that we're destroying it ourselves. It is not some vast cosmic power that says we have to be selfish or that puts a profit against principle. These things don't exist in nature. We know that with moderation, with integrity and dedication, we could all live in peace and another 5 billion could live with us. But the way we are doing, we're sacrificing everything for a bowl of pottage. And if we continue to do this, the energy resources will be reduced. We're worried now about changes taking place in the atmosphere, that the overload that we're throwing against our natural resources is beginning to endanger it. Now we can go under our own skin and see that the same thing is happening inside of us. The overloading of our body with the problems and processes of modern living obviously is going to result in destitution and death. We cannot afford to waste the magnetic field of the body or destroy it any more than we can afford to destroy the one of the earth. If we're going to run out of petroleum someday, we're also going to run out of the ability to recuperate from ailments if we dispose of and waste our recuperative power. The magnetism, which helps digestion, can be destroyed, wasted by corruption. When we take into ourselves dangerous foods, dangerous attitudes, or when we eat with a dangerous mood, we are endangering ourselves. And when the world does these things, the world endangers itself. And we will not be the first civilization, as I said in India, the great mother, the earth, has cast many civilizations from her back. Everything that goes beyond a certain point is destroyed because it breaks up its relation with its energy supply. It no longer is fed primarily by magnetism, because it's magnetism in the food that feeds us, it's magnetism in the air that we breathe, it's magnetism in the earth that grows our vegetables, and it is magnetism in our souls that makes us hope for good. All the things we know, all the things we believe in, are energy dependent, and the use of energy is the most important thing. Why we go on year after year making all kinds of efforts to feel better, be better, or think better, and overlook the one fact that everything that we think and feel and believe depends upon a life principle, an energy resource, a magnetism of the earth itself. And that while this is destroyed or while this is abused, we will have the earth becoming more and more sterile. We have air no longer fit to believe. We will find the energies we have wasted lost to us forever. All these things require just one new concept, and that is that religion is basically the proper use of resource. It is to use the privileges that we have been given for the greater good of all of us. We have been made gardeners in a beautiful garden, and we've let it go to weed. We have been given a beautiful planet, and we've subdivided it and sold it for profits. The original purpose was that we should become a wonderful group of human beings working together for the good of each other and the glory of the universe. We are being prepared for a bigger job than we have, but we are flunking the examination at the present moment. We are not doing what we should do. Everything that comes along is measured in profit. Everything that comes along is measured in freedom from responsibility, when energy is something that we must be responsible for, or we will waste it forever, or as long as we can. By the time forever comes, there won't be much energy left. But all this is a lesson in the morality of values. It is a lesson in the fact that we are the keepers in a garden. We are the gardeners in the garden of Allah, as the Muslim calls it. This is a beautiful garden that has been given to us, and we're letting it go to weed. We had a beautiful world with wonderful materials, so we dig under the earth and create materials to create war, death, and destruction. We have little gardens that we have beautiful times sitting under our own palm tree, but we are fighting to take everybody else's garden away from them. And when we finally find a small plot of land that we might be able to use, we find the real estate agents have priced it 10 times its value. All these things are all little things, but they all add up to the loss and waste of magnetic resource. They are the failure of the individual to protect the source of his own life, the source of his own future, and the breaking of the laws and rules by which he must compare his own needs with the needs of others. It is only when we work to protect the toadstool as well as the nation that we can have peace in the world. We must protect the small things, because each of them is a run energy resource. The protection of them is against our viewpoint, because we take it for granted that the small should be controlled by the big, that small things, like humble people, are made to be exploited. This is not true. Everything in life is made to be used. Nothing is made to be abused. And the individual who abuses any part of life is contributing to the common cause of destruction. Now, this business of the energy and magnetic resource went on down through to the present time. And now we have a new measurement for it, and that is the development of a large group of electrical devices, by means of which it becomes apparent to us that it is possible for the human being to make use of any energy as he sees fit. Now, the instrument that he has within himself is infinitely more wonderful than any television or any computer can possibly be. We can have a computer do everything, and it is alive. Don't for a minute think it isn't. But it is alive in a field of energy. It has a life that can propagate itself. It can develop
Hey, Cage,
itself, it can grow
press
up,
pause a
it can
second.
grow old, and it can die. Because it is all part of an energy usage. But in all of these usages,
I just finished doing the clip. You guys want to see it?
Let's see it.
It doesn't
Let's
last
get it,
long. It's
yeah.
like it's 50 seconds. Okay. Anyway, I just finished it. Watch this, guys. I hope you
Good.
Not bad, eh? So your video is good, Cage. I liked it. It's very informative.
But yeah, I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna be back soon, guys. I have to take care of a couple of things, but I'll be back
Alright,
if
go
you're
ahead,
still
man.
on.
Hey, did you
Much
get my
love,
email?
man. I haven't. I'm gonna look into it because like I
Alright.
tried creating it. It's weird. It's like check. It's like trying to block me for some reason. It's like check to see if you have an internet connection. It's really weird. But yeah, I'm gonna try dealing with it in a
Yeah,
different way.
that happened to me too. That's weird.
That happened to you too.
Yeah, it happened to me while I was searching for that YouTube converter thingy.
I don't know. They're trying to block it, but yeah, I'm gonna move to a different location. Deal with it there. You have to. But yeah, I have to go take care of a few things. I'll link you. I'll be back after here. Don't worry. We'll take care of it, bro. Much love, everybody.
No problem, dude. See you around, man. All right. Peace. What's up, Christos? We have 3 amazing viewers watching us right now. Isn't that amazing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I haven't, last time I experienced this is actually in the beginning when I started my streams. It's like I haven't seen these numbers in a long time.
Well, there's been a lot of people streaming today,
Yeah, I saw
around
that.
the same
Benton,
time.
Zetetic, and now Paul went in there early too.
Paul did pretty earlier than he normally does.
It's all good. I'm not worried.
Yeah, for sure. I'm
I'm gonna
glad you
do what
still
Dick
went
says.
live.
I'm gonna go make some flyers and go freaking with a QR code that links it directly to the YouTube channel, so that people can
Yeah.
come and subscribe. So I'm gonna go do flyers, and I'm gonna make 30,000 of them, and go to a post office and have them freaking just drop directly into the mailboxes, man.
I think there's actually some potential with it.
Yeah, man, I get freaking a bunch of subscribers. Imagine maybe only 10% of that would be 3,000 people out of the 30,000 people that freaking got it, that come and sub over to the channel. Boom, and get a big freaking boost of subs, and then I'll probably have a decent following after.
Yeah, it's like Cage was saying earlier. I definitely think that there's a
The
lot of
Instagram thing too,
potential.
yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential. I even brought up TikTok with you at one point, and that was really because I had a friend that was really telling me all about it because he had been doing this little thing he started on TikTok with his own little. He's a good buddy of mine, and I don't really use TikTok for real or Instagram. I used to use Instagram, but I've never used Twitter. I got rid of Facebook a long time ago, so I don't really use other social media. This is the only thing, except I do have an Instagram to follow some different artists, people that maybe they're a musician, to see when they
Right.
could be doing shows in town or something. Really just for information. I don't actually post like I used to, or have now that I've kind of started something slightly with YouTube unintentionally, just over time through these panels and people and the whole interactions. Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be worthwhile to invest a little bit on the side in Instagram to get some more traction on YouTube. 100%. And this is also a little side note. Uh, I don't know if you were there, that stream that Jack did where he was talking about the stream that had inspired him, and then it turned out to be one of my childhood friends who's now a YouTuber that lives right across the street from me still. And I was like, Jack Talcott is watching my buddy from high school. And apparently I found out he makes YouTube videos now because I reconnected with him in the past year. But at the time when I was talking with him and other friends, mutual friends, I didn't realize he had he's doing pretty well. He has 24.5K. He's getting some really good consistent numbers, and apparently Jack was one of his viewers and was sharing his stuff on one of his last streams, and I'm like, wow, this is bizarre. Some Twilight Zone stuff going on right now. It's just strange how that crossover happened. I guess it kind of makes sense. It's the spirituality slash consciousness or like in self-improvement or whatever, with some like Bible talk as well, I think to some degree is what my buddy does. So I guess it makes sense how Jack would quote unquote resonate with. Yeah, the point is I know multiple people that are my friends in real life, that have done semi-successful things on social media. And so I've seen the fruits of their labor, and I definitely think someone like Cage could help us out. And I would also be willing to, point you in the right direction as I know myself, even though I'm still figuring it out too. I could definitely, see if we get something rocking. There's a
Yeah,
lot of
well, you
potential
see,
though.
this is I'm gonna be researching this later on today. The Instagram. I'll be watching some videos to how to get the Instagram thing going, and follow a bit of Cage's advice and try doing that. See what that how that helps. But I'm still firm on the idea of making flyers there though, because
Good, yeah,
my
do
main
that.
audience is actually American, so I don't really have a lot of Canadian viewers. So that'll actually help on that side.
Oh, word. It's exciting, honestly. Trying new things, opening up different windows of possibility.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, I've been I know you're probably shutting down here soon, but I'll just stay on with you for the time being and keep talking while there's a vibe. And I've been like looking into different artists, like painters, like visual artists, specifically
Right.
like what they would call visionary art. And man, that stuff is super inspiring, bro. Like, I feel like even if you've never like experienced like psychedelics, cannabis, like uh, what's going on with these art pieces, names like Luke Brown, Amanda Sage, Alex Gray did the cover art for Tool, um, Android Jones, Chris Dyer, that one guy, Peruvian guy that we showed on here a couple streams back. I've basically just been like checking out all these cool artists, some that I've been finding through other artists, surfing these webs basically, and uh, just yeah, finding all these new artists, man. Just looking at this art, bro, inspiring. Because one painting can just trigger your imagination into so many different directions. It's a beautiful thing for real, and this is not even some like Talcadian, I feel so inspired, brothers and sisters type talk. It's just legit inspiration, man. Uh, I was gonna ask you something about Lumatami earlier. Oh man, it's completely off track of what I'm talking about with visionary art, but
If I got any strikes or something or what because of what
no,
is the
no.
no?
Oh no, I wasn't gonna ask about that.
Oh, okay.
Um, oh, maybe it had to do with Benton's stream earlier. He showed he was making this like morning show. Like he's done all this editing and like Lumatommy's like cooking up some stuff, man. He's really gonna make a channel this time, so that should be interesting. But yeah, I definitely not to not to just start talking about him for no reason. I had a greater purpose for bringing him. Yeah, the whole stuff that's happened recently. Since you brought it up, yeah, did anything? Was there any type of penalties or whatever? Just in uh, with any of that shit that he pulled recently, or you've been fine for the most part?
Nah, not lately. Well, there is this. I've been watching this TV show lately. It's called Night Agent. Is it? Wait a minute. No, it's not. It's Black Knight. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Made a mistake. Black Knight. It's a Netflix series. Kind of like post-apocalyptic kind of scenario where the whole series is based upon this guy who's delivering oxygen and food and water and stuff like that to different different districts, right? And all of these places, like it's like an asteroid hit the planet. Anyway, so you kind of see what they got planned for us in a sense. It's like
Yeah, I
it's as if.
remember I heard you talking about this. Yep.
Yeah, so this would be something to look into if you guys are interested in seeing what their master plan is at the end of the rainbow, like that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that everybody's wondering about there. Well, that would be a pretty good summarize of what they want everything to look like, right? In my opinion.
Yeah, it reminds me of the 100 show.
Oh yeah,
Or I don't know
I
if it's
saw some of those episodes there. I
yeah,
didn't follow
it
the
had a
series
bunch
there, but
of uh-huh. I only saw like a little bit of it. Yeah, it's similar theme going on there. Yeah, shout out to everyone stopping by. It's been a different
yeah,
type of morning.
yes, it's been very, very smooth, slow stream. Actually, I'm actually appreciating it in a sense. It's like
Me
calm
too.
and there's no chaos today, and it's kind of like yeah, it's like it's as if we're in a library. It's like, and we're not talking too loud. We don't want to disturb anybody. You know, it's like, "Shh, keep reading your books." No,
Dude,
I'm
I know
liking it. It's
exactly what
good.
you mean.
It's a breath of fresh air actually.
I
And
know
even
exactly
I
what
think
you mean.
Verily mentioned she stated a comment just earlier. Yeah, here it is. Smaller is better sometimes when you're trying to have a productive conversation.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
100%. Like there's this guy, I don't know if you would necessarily listen or join the panels, you might, depending on the topic, but just as like a network thing, I don't know if you know the channel or guy named Charles Was, WAS.
What?
His last name looks like Was, WAS.
Oh
Charles
yeah. Okay, I've heard
Was.
it. I've seen him or met him before. I think we've had a conversation or something. I
Yeah,
know. I
he's
think I
been
know who he is.
on. I think he's been on your panels in the past, like a
Yeah,
few
yeah.
times with AK Crawling and others. But yeah, I was just gonna, uh, what you said about smaller and having that kind of potential for sometimes greater conversations, actually, in some sense. I definitely see that with his channel because he has a lot of different connections and he's been doing this for a while. So it's like he has a good little niche of people that tend to come through, but it's not like he's pulling numbers like you or Benton or other people out here, and it's saying anything bad. But there's just a smaller kind of type of community. He'll get 10 to 14 people, maybe it's five, maybe it's eight. It's really not about the numbers. I guess just what I'm saying is there'll be like panels of up to six people and uh open panels that he does over there. There's definitely some interesting topics. I've actually had a lot of good builds over there. I started going there like a while ago, a couple months back, and he's a chill dude. And definitely like that's how I got to actually connect further and make amends and get on better terms with London through just networking with Charles Waz and others around him. So again, man, all these different communities and how they overlap, we can definitely use that to our advantage. Some people in the chats, you'll see them here, you'll see them on Benton's, you'll see them on Slavia's, you'll see them, Freedom Girl or Z, whoever it is, like all the different creators in their own respective lanes and whatnot. There's a lot of different names we see in the live chats. They be all over the place, and that's a good thing in a way because it shows that there's crossover. And I think that's an important way to knit everyone together, whether they realize it or not. Little telltale signs like that. But anyway, I just appreciate that mesh, that meshing of that colliding of worlds, I guess I'll call it that. Colliding of it's almost like artists collaborating, different
Well,
musicians,
it's kind of
even
like
if they're
when
different
you
different
have.
genres. Yeah, you
I
got
don't know
it.
if I don't know if you ever followed like DC Comics, like like the TV shows that they had. There was like the Arrow, and then you had
Universe
DC Legends
crossover.
of. Yes, they used to make crossovers in the television series. Okay, and they had the Flash with that, and they would cross over the Arrow with the Flash, and then they came up with another series that was a spin-off from the Arrow and the Flash, which they called the DC Legends of Tomorrow. So then you had like these crisis episodes where they'd actually cross over from one television series to the other, where all the actors would, guest star in the other show. So and they'd actually fuse the three shows together with all the actors doing a certain segment in each show, which was actually really, really in a smart way of doing things, in my opinion. So this is a little bit like that when you look at, where like all our shows are like crossing over from one to the other.
Yeah, man. And I mean, that even can be taken to something like Cloverfield Lane or the Cloverfield paradox. Because we talked about this once before. Those are all separate movies that have Cloverfield in the name, and they're all related. But there's different universes. It's actually like a multiverse thing that's going on because the Cloverfield paradox is happening in a reality that's completely different to like at least two of the other movies, and I think there's 3 to 4 of those Cloverfield movies in the series. So in a way, that's also what's going on there because it's separate universes, but it's like one overarching story that's including these separate universes. And another movie that's a good example of this would be Cloud Atlas.
Oh
It has
yeah.
Tom Hanks.
That I hate that actor, but yeah, that movie was out there, man.
I agree with you, man. I definitely don't like him ever since I became aware of people like him and how dark and deep some of that stuff goes.
Yeah.
So I agree. And it's funny because actually it's like him and others are like kind of propped up as there's definitely the propaganda of like they're good guys or like stand up people, and you get a lot of these people that it's more than just like they're falling for the whole star thing, star persona, starstruck. They're really believing like these are like actually like good people out here, like, and a lot of them. It's just funny because Tom Hanks, he plays all these different characters that make him like a likable person, like in the movie as well as like someone outside, Forrest Gump, all these things. People could argue that objectively he's a good actor. We all know the ones that are conscious and, I think on the path of searching truth of this reality and types of people and figureheads. Well, we know that he's definitely on some BS behind closed doors, and like a lot of those people are, and um, we already know what it is. So anyway, I'm kind of going off track with what he's saying. I basically, the attitude about someone like Tom Hanks. But yeah, we were talking about Cloud Atlas, universes overlapping, or like how universes connect, and yeah, they do it with the comic book heroes. And there's all these different universes in the comic books. Is very interesting. I mean, TV shows, different video games, different times or different aspects of that one universe. It's just so, truth is stranger than fiction, and art is a reflection of reality, and reality is a reflection of art, and we deal vice versa. So I think we can discern ultimately that, the reason they like stuff like Inception, stuff like The Matrix, stuff like Cloud Atlas, stuff like Everything Everywhere All at Once. These are all allude basically the multiverse. I mean, we even have like that Spider-Man movie where it's like called the multiverse or whatever.
Well, what about the new Doctor Strange,
Yep, I was just about to say Doctor Strange as well. Yeah.
And also the correlations that they made with the new movie that they came out, Quantumania, with the Ant-Man and the Wasp. So they also another reference to the multiverse and the but they go into the quantum realm and everything, which is all connected to the multiverse and that time god there. It's all leading back up to
Chronos.
this. No, not even Chronos. Some other dude there. What's his name there? I already forgot his name. He's gonna be the new villain. He's the one that's taking over all the timelines and everything, and whatever. Anyway, it's kind of fucked up. So obviously they're gonna be leading up into another phase of Marvel where we have a new villain, which is like even more powerful than Thanos.
Speaking of Thanos, the purple skin.
Yeah, you look a bit. Your avatar looks a bit like that, eh? So yeah, so there you go. So you got like all these movies that are interconnected with each other, and they're all saying like I'll get back to what you were saying is they're even in the Flash and the TV series that I was watching, they had that correlation there where it's connected directly to this multiversal I don't know if it's propaganda, but they're pushing it a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's in movies, it's in TV shows. You got the all these theories out online. So I'm wondering if it's not like people researching what's being, like kind of talked in the conspiracy movement or truther community, all these different, you know, things that they're talking about. And, maybe like, I don't know, maybe they're just trying to put that in our heads. Hello, Valerie. Tabanag de Colis. Hello, Verily.
Oh,
Welcome to the stream.
good morning.
Hey, a lot of hidden knowledge that they know about OTW. They're dropping all the little clues and hints we know in the media and movies.
Right, but are they clues and hints, or are they are they truths, or are they another rabbit hole to go down? And it's like, is it another thing that they're trying to get us to believe? And
I think some of
because
it
of like
is.
the Mandela effect changes and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Like what is it they're trying to push? Are they trying to make people aware of what's going on, or are they trying to use their power of intention to manifest those kind of things in reality? I don't know, man. I'm just putting things
Look,
out there. I
look
can't put my
how
finger on it.
look what's considered art nowadays. You know, like it's not even really art. Like it's just distractions for people to like stare at constantly and be absorbed into into the metaverse. Like we're zombified. Like I think some of the shows, like what was it, the one with the zombies, the main one, Walking Dead, it was just like a mirror of what's going on. Like we are slowly, yeah, we're falling backwards. And
No
history is
bueno.
repeating itself, or where everything's destroyed and they just start anew. And yeah, it's gonna be scary if
But what do
they
you think
do.
about this multiversal thing? Like, do you think it's something that's plausible? Do you think it's something that could actually, like they could have something like, I don't know, have some kind of projection done in the sky where they're ripping a hole in the space time continuum, and I don't know, like have like
Yes.
aliens like
People
they
will
did in the
believe
movie.
anything
Yeah, well, that's what I'm
anymore.
saying. Like, what do you think this is going to lead up to with all the propaganda? In my opinion.
Right. Yeah, no, it could be like Pompeii, and they could just say, the world's ending, and people would believe it. They would fall into their bunkers and live underground. Like maybe that's what they're counting on. I don't know. But it's a platform, it's their platform, and we're just using it against them, is what I feel. For sure.
Right.
I think the whole idea of the multiverse is probably one of the most accurate and encompassing ways to explain reality. The whole concept of infinity is just kind of like another way of trying to quantify slash label the ineffable, just like we call it the Tao or God, infinity. The multiverse is kind of like another one of those words, but it has a utility, and it's like, again, it keeps it simple to a certain degree. The multiverse is actually not that. It's like it's far out, I guess, if you want to say. For all intensive purposes, not an overly complex thing, actually. And I just, for my own exploring consciousness, I think it makes the most sense. We can 100% tune our mind and our consciousness dial, and get different stations in the sense of go different places, supposedly outside of us or within us. Outer space, inner space, as with or without. Going into deep meditation, like that darkness of your eyes, because the stars of the universe. You look out into the night sky, and like you can realize those things are one and the same. To it's like that's when you start breaking space continuum. That's when you start getting into the what some people would think is woo woo, but I know is definitely legit. Meditations to activate your Merkaba and like astral project out of body, or going into like different dream states. Yeah, yeah. I, I'm a believer in the whole multiverse, if you want to call it theory. It's a lot of this stuff, and that's kind of a loaded word or has some baggage. Um, I'm definitely a fan of the whole idea of multiple dimensions. I mean, I feel like I've visited other dimensions before from some of the things I've done. That's what leads me to take that stance.
You're saying you've had out of body experiences?
Yeah, I even had one of the craziest things I had happen was I had a lucid dream, and then I had an out of body experience inside that lucid. So that's like some type of
Dude,
inception deal
I've
going
had
on.
lucid dream, dude, before, and it was like fucking crazy real, man. I actually had the feeling that I had traveled back in time and that I was inside my body driving my old Dodge Charger, man. It was like so real, man. And I was actually inside the car looking at the car, turning in my head. Look, I'm going to turn my camera on because I remember I'm looking inside the car and I'm like this going, man, I'm inside my car. What am I? And I remember just, which town, just clear as day. It was just insane.
You were cutting out there a little bit. I don't know if that
Yeah,
was
you
just on my
were.
side. Okay.
What'd you miss?
The last
Something
bit.
we heard clear as day. That was about it.
Oh, well, I
You
didn't
looked
say anything
out
after that.
and then
Yeah, I was looking inside the car and it was just like as if I was really, really there. It's like I had traveled back in time, and I kind of like incarnated my body, but like in the past. I was like crazy, crazy real. I was freaking out actually. And then I woke up in my bed in reality, or I guess what I think is reality, and I was like completely sidetracked. I was like, my God, I was like as if I was really there. And then it got me thinking that maybe we do have the power to time travel.
you know what I'm gonna try and correlate this to, right?
Go ahead.
Can you guess?
I don't know. No, I
Is
can't.
anybody on this panel unjabbed?
I haven't.
Amish?
I'm not. I am absolutely not jabbed.
I'm talking about like from school. You went to a public school.
Yeah.
You had at 5 years old. You went to kindergarten.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you had to have your inoculations in order to go to school.
Oh,
I didn't
probably.
start having out of body experiences until after I started college at 16, and I got my meningitis. Blah blah blah. You know,
Oh,
all
so
the
you
stuff.
think
Like,
those
yes, I
injections was
do.
to keep us from
Yes,
having
I
our
fucking
spiritual
do.
Whoa.
No, I think it's irreparable damage that's occurring. It doesn't really happen immediately, so you don't feel the effects, and like we wouldn't normally have those types of experiences. You know, I think it's neurological brain damage is what I'm correlating it to. Because I would be like floating over my fucking body, like having these out of body experiences, like I don't think it's a natural thing.
You don't think that
It 100% is, but I know that people that have sicknesses or condition have out of body. They're not. Kind of like fever dream.
Like if you starve yourself, if you fast and shit like that,
Yeah,
like you're
maybe something like
hallucinating.
that.
Yeah, it's
That
kind
could
of
be a
like poisoning
means.
yourself with, certain substances, isn't that? Is it not?
But I don't think it like going out of your body is a bad sign. I think it
Well,
could
no,
be
killing the
used
ego is
for
a
bad
great thing.
means.
I
It can
think
definitely
everybody
be
should have a
less.
hero dose. Absolutely.
I think going out of body, whether that's a health condition, having those types of effects, and I know that neurological things can happen as results.
I just, because everybody's like, oh, I've had a million of them and I'm fine. Yeah, how do you really know that?
True that. I mean, that's a good question, though.
Not to
Definitely worth
mention,
being asked.
not to mention all the, research that's been done over the past few years because nobody else is willing to do the research. So doctors like Dr. Judy Mikovits and all those ones that will come out with the information and don't care if they're doxxed and all that shit, like they do. They have the studies that prove that there is neurological damage.
What about the
Autism.
CIA? What about the CIA studies that they did about astral traveling and astral projection? Like, there's
That
a
I have
video
no
out.
doubt. Like spiritual, like, astral projection and everything like that. Yeah, of course. But those secrets are completely hidden. Like if you find them, come see me,
Right. Well, there are techniques, I guess. There are some ways of developing. It's I guess it's just information you need to research. But I do know for a fact that there's a um, disclosed information from the CIA concerning this, and there's actual videos on YouTube that talk about this. Whether or not it's true still remains to be, you know, established. I don't know, because I guess these things could all be staged. It is all television after all. So anyway,
Theoretically,
No, I think there's
physically. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
no. I was just gonna say I think there's plenty of people that have been taught, people that weren't came around and saw, oh, real, and like it's like remote viewing. The same type of thing. Anyone can ultimately be taught to do inherently an inherent function of the day. It's just been blocked out through all the chemicals, everything being done.
Environmental bombardment.
that's one of them. Like one of the subjects that you brought up yesterday, what they're putting in the skies. That must not help for the receiving part of we probably have like
For a bunch of people that are heavy metal poisoned, that have a Mad Hatter's disease. Yeah.
well, not just that. Think about
aggressing
the
each other like these two dogs.
think about the magnetic aspect of things. Like there was Cage had brought up the book of Manly P. Hall, and I was listening to it, and it makes sense that they would use this to magnify the magnetic current that they're probably manipulating through HARP or CERN, you name it, whatever technological directional weapon that they have, using it against people to either create confusion, or division, whatever their agenda is.
Whatever they've renamed it in the past 3 years, because they just changed the ABC,
Right, exactly.
corporation. Yeah, because HARP was like what, back in the 70s or 80s? Oh my goodness. Oh,
Crazy stuff.
it's so freaking nuts what they get away with.
Yeah. Let's do something. Let's get a rocket launcher or something. I don't know. Let's go do a GoFundMe to purchase a rocket launcher so we can shoot them motherfucking planes out of the sky. And we need a heat-seeking one or infrared. Make sure that that missile gets locked on and it doesn't miss.
Oh no! What were they saying last night when I mentioned we need to get a special ops team together? I'm getting abstained or something. I don't know.
Let's get a hold of Stallone, man. See if he wants to help us get all the Expendables together, and let's go on a mission.
Right?
Yeah. Even I anybody here know Tom Cruise? I mean, he's good with the impossible missions and stuff, man. He'd get up there on that plane, single-handedly freaking bring the plane down and come back without a scratch.
To operate that plane, okay? First off,
I tell him, replace the stuff with laughing gas. Get everybody laughing on the planet, man.
Oh my! Now, if we could just first stop overlapping, and like converge, then maybe we can start doing things.
What do you think?
I think it's possible.
Anything's possible. When you put your mind to it, you can do anything. So
I think Scott 2B could help us get in contact with Tom Cruise.
Talking about Scott, we have Scott Severini in chat, which is he has a freaking, hey dude, you got to click the link.
Hey,
come on up here.
Yeah,
we always love it
Scott,
when you bring your
Scott.
He's into the timelines and the multiverse and timelines converging and everything, and he's got a great perspective on all of the like our reality. I love the way he gives his message, or how he presents himself. Yeah, frequency weapon. He goes 100%. How else do Iraqi troops surrender to a CNN news truck crew? Yeah, that's funny. I like that. Yeah, here we go. I got Scott to come up here. He's coming. We got him.
Yeah,
hey,
you always get me up here, OTW. How you doing, brother?
Hey, it's been a while. I'm happy to see you, man.
Yeah, it has. Good to see you.
All right, so school these people on what's going on here, dude, in this multiverse.
Okay. Well, I can't school anybody. I can just only say what I believe, right? or what I think is going on. Everybody has their own perspective. My perspective is, in this realm, this is an inverted realm, and actually time is actually running backwards here. So that's just my take. And we've talked about that before. It's just
Well, we got new
how I
viewers,
see.
so we'd love for you to break it down again. And
It's dream time.
yeah,
It's what?
It's dream time.
it's out of
Dream
this
time.
world time.
It's what different the Aboriginals, Australia, and different ancient cultures.
Yeah, I've actually got to
Different
visit with some of those in my youth. The Aborigines, we lived alongside them in Australia. I got to spend 5 years over there when I was a kid.
Did you learn anything from that culture?
Well, I got to see some drawings. At the time, they didn't mean anything per se. I just because I was what 10 through 14, so I wasn't quite aware of some of the things I'm aware of today. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, of course. Just like me, before I was 40, I was stupid. Then all of a sudden, at 40 years old,
Right.
I for some reason I grew a brain, and it's been developing ever since.
That's kind of how it goes, I guess. But we got to make handmade boomerangs and throw them, and I actually got to play a didgeridoo, and I don't know. It was a very unique experience, just all in all, living over there in another country, because it really kind of woke you up to some of the social paradigms. Nobody knew me when I went over there, but I was either loved right off the bat or hated right off the bat just because I was an American. Didn't matter my skin color, nothing. It was just, you're a Yank, we don't like you, or you're a Yank, you're a good fella because your people helped us out in World War II. And then when I came back to this country, I was confused as being a foreigner because I had a really thick Australian accent. And in this country, pardon?
It didn't stick.
No, it didn't. Well, you figure I'm 59 now, so that was a long time ago.
I wouldn't have guessed.
But when I got back to this country, I was rather surprised because the divisions were all still there, but it became a black, white, Hispanic division rather than a national division.
Right.
But you still saw division, just like you see today, as far as immigration and visiting other countries happening right at our own southern and northern border. So, I mean, there's that old verse in the Bible that says nothing new under the sun. So, these divisions have been here it's just a hand-me-down world. How were you taught the things you were taught in your home as a kid? When you have kids, you carry on some of those teachings, you try to alter them, right? You look back and think, boy, I wish my parents had done this way, so I'm going to try this. You'll try your own stuff, but everything's hand me down.
Yeah, instilling virtues and values into children takes more than just a couple years.
Yes.
And
Yes.
and with the amount of schooling or education, quote unquote, that they get in public schools, it's like, it's a constant battle to like push that garbage out of their head.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we had to at one point we took up homeschooling. Okay, so I fathered 5 kids myself, and I was a single dad to 5. And when I got with my last girlfriend, she had 3, so there was a total of 8. And by the time they started attending high schools and stuff, and there again, this is where some of the programming kicks in, because they weren't learning the same stuff that we learned in high school. And to me, they were leaving out what I considered very important factors. Like, for example, when they covered, World War II in their history class, the one girl in the family didn't even know who Patton was. All they knew about was MacArthur. And that just seems kind of odd because, that's that was more of the Pacific, the water wars, and Patton was on land and in a different theater altogether. So they didn't really even cover they covered it a little bit, but I mean, to me, I just saw things kind of going downhill. So we took it upon ourselves to do homeschooling for the last 3 kids. And it basically took about 6 months to de-school program them as far as how they can learn and teach themselves, versus what the school taught them they had to do.
Teaching them logic instead of just, oh, I'm going to read this from a book and that's fact.
Yeah, yeah, because schools
shifting, they're constantly rewriting the crap. And I mean, I'm sure you run into people that like have an actual account from their grandfather or somebody else from those wars, and it's completely different from what is portrayed in any type of documentation.
Right. Yeah. And I didn't really have a whole lot of that, but just,
Well,
my dad
what's funny?
Huh.
You know what's funny, Scott, is like when I think back at when we went to grade school, the only time that they actually gave you that opportunity to learn critical thinking is in college. Well, here in Canada anyway, because you learn that in philosophy, right? When you go to the college, because here the way it works is you got grade school, and that finishes at 6th grade. Then you go to high school, which starts at 7th grade, all the way up to 9th, 10th, 11th grade. And
right.
then you go off to college, right? So
Yeah.
that's how it works here. So
but
then
even in those
college,
higher learning schools though, where you have the chance to expand your mind, they still can guide you with their own programming as well.
Exactly. So this is one of the important aspects of this life is you got to learn philosophy if you want to understand what critical thinking is all about, because it gives you an opportunity to question everything. And that's what philosophy and psychological courses in college do. It helps you use that critical part of yourself to analyze situations and better navigate, in my opinion.
Right. That's why they never see. Okay, and this all started back with the advent of the radio, right? Remember, there were originally every Sunday evening or something. I don't know. I wasn't alive for it, but they had the fireside chats with the president, right? And got everybody hooked to getting important information from a little box, and then that box progressed to TV. So
Yep.
And that's what they do is they keep you busy with the distractions, because if they can keep you busy, you're not going to have time to sit down and read a book by Plato or analyze this or analyze that. You're too busy consuming the information of the day off your boob tube, and you think you're getting the truth.
Facts, my brother.
You got to check out this movie if you haven't seen it on Bezos's platform, Captain Fantastic.
Okay.
Has anybody seen that?
I haven't. Is it a superhero movie?
No.
Oh.
It's about this father who's raising his children in like Oregon, in the middle of nowhere. You gotta watch it. It's like heart-wrenching. You're gonna probably cry at some point, but
God, I hate those movies.
So
now you're gonna get me watching one of them freaking movies where I'm gonna be like, sitting there and gulping all the way, and trying to prevent myself from, shedding a tear because
right. Speaking of movies and shows, OTW, have you ever, since the last time we talked, I mentioned that episode of Star Trek New Generation, Yesterday's Enterprise. Have you had a chance to check that out?
No, I didn't go back to that one, actually. What was that episode about again?
Basically what I think the end of days is all about, what we're going through right now. They visualize it very well there. Now, of course, there's silly little storylines around the actual truth, just like there is in everything, right? When you do the research of this realm and understand where we are, everything is put out there in one form or another. Some people call it throwing this shit in your face, right? But it's surrounded by a million false crap, just like your TV is. So there again, that's why they keep you busy, because if you don't take the time to read the books, get different insight other than just what they tell you in school, right, then you're never going to see these things play out in the real world. But basically in that episode, they come across a vortex that's actually driven from the inside of it. Okay. And that kind of goes into the realm that we live in. I firmly believe that, the kingdom is within us, right? Everybody agrees to that. But you got to understand just how powerful and big that is. Like, I'm pretty sure we actually provide the magnetosphere for the earth.
Okay, this is interesting. Go on.
Okay, so, and in this episode of Star Trek, there again, the vortex is being formed by a power inside of it. So there's the first little thing that they'll throw out there, but it's muddled in the storyline of the Enterprise and its crew and all this, right? So some of the stuff you just don't see. And then so basically, as soon as they come in touch with this vortex, and this is kind of how I feel, I'm kind of Whoopi Goldberg's character in this, because she's standing on 10 forward and she sees the vortex and says, "Oh no." And I don't remember how the sequence of events goes, but it shows Picard standing on the bridge and he's giving out commands, and everything blurs for a second and then comes back into focus, and all their uniforms have changed, and even the people on the bridge have changed, because Lieutenant Worf's not there anymore. It's Tasha Yar, who shouldn't be, because she died clear back in season 1, and I think this is an actual season 3
Okay,
episode.
I'm starting to remember this episode, actually. I remember watching this episode.
Yeah, and so Guinan has a chat with Picard and says, "This is all wrong." And she says, "I can't prove it to you. It's just a feeling that I have." And
Oh, man,
so
it's giving me goosebumps. It's making me think about how people react to the Mandela effect.
yes,
That's Guinan was reacting like as someone who just experienced the Mandela effect.
yeah, exactly. And so what happens is when they change uniforms, the color of the uniforms and everything, it just happens like seamlessly. And no one's aware except for Guinan, and she's trying to tell him, we're not at war. But in Picard's mind, all he knows is, yes, we are. This is a battleship. It's no longer a star, a Galaxy class starship with kids on board. It's, now a battleship that can carry 6,000 troops. So
Wow.
out of the vortex pops the Enterprise C. Okay.
Okay.
And so they do some research, and supposedly, they don't even have to do research. It's the Federation. I guess it's a known fact, but supposedly the Enterprise C was last seen outside of a Klingon outpost. So they're trying to figure out, who went where, what's going on, and then ultimately they came to the decision that the Enterprise C couldn't stay in their time, because that's what was changing the timeline that Guinan was referring to. So they had to send it back, even though it was going to mean certain destruction, because they were losing in the war. They were pretty beat up. They had to fix the ship just to send it back into the vortex. So in the meantime, the Klingons send like 3 battle cruisers to where both the Enterprises are hanging out. So the Enterprise D, Picard ship, takes it upon himself to protect the Enterprise C long enough so it can get back into the vortex and set the timeline correct. And that's basically what happens. The Enterprise is taking a beating badly, but it's still holding on. And as soon as the Enterprise C enters back into the vortex, everything goes back to just like it was at the beginning of the show. They're back to being a Galaxy class starship. The uniforms have gone back to their original colors, the whole 9 yards, and they don't even remember encountering the Enterprise C.
Right. So okay, this is it. So they but that's
Which
crazy.
is kind of what's going to happen here. I tell everybody all the time, you don't remember your past life, do you?
No.
No, or any of them. And how many of you had? I mean, we're eternal beings. Just in this realm, we live it, piece by piece, just like we're all a piece of. It's all fractal. So when the realm switches and goes, because I always call this realm not reality. There's reality and not reality. That's your mirror that everybody talks about. As above, so below, the tree of life with the branches and the roots. I mean, it's all symbology. Every bit of it is. Even this life that you live is symbolic of another day, another time, another event that took place. But when the event that everybody keeps talking about, the church calls it the rapture and all, whatever, it is what it is. It's only cataclysmic to those who have, that gets back to his story, right? Everybody knows that basic history is a sham. It's his story, and everything about it, even the Bible has history in it, right? And it also has future events, from the prophets, right? So even the Bible walks these forwards and backward timelines. And that's all we're doing is just eradicating timelines so that this realm won't be here. And when the event happens, everything will just change in the twinkle of an eye, like it says, and we'll be back to reality.
Star Trek is, like a lot of shows from back then, they can just, I can't even think of it. Anyway, I was gonna say how like art and
art mirrors life. That's what they say.
Right.
Yeah.
Basically, if you want to look into the mirror, if you like enjoy gazing into that mirror, I think that's where people like get mystified or whatever it is. But in a different timeline, I would be in the sun right now, and I'm looking at these clouds. So I'm starting to think this might be the darkest timeline, and I'm gonna go get some sun, you guys. Thanks for having me up.
Peace, Verily. Thanks for
Nice
coming.
talking. And even the mirror there will show you the inversion, because when you stand and face yourself in the mirror and raise, say, your right hand, that reflection is not raising its right hand, it's raising its left hand.
Right.
When you turn it around. So
true.
And that's part of, the bigger pets, what they're showing you. I mean, that's just another one of those things that, most people just take for granted. They look at the mirror and see themselves only, and specifically what they're looking at, whether it's their eyes, their nose, their hair, you know what I'm saying? They're not fathoming that how inverted that is. Because you can even take a mirror, it's like a Walt Disney drawing where it's got Mickey Mouse standing there, and I think it says Mickey right below his feet. And you can take a mirror and slide it up there and lay it down on the ground, and the inversions, it says wicked.
Yeah, you're right. It does.
Yeah. So,
it's just like Pepsi. When you take the can of Pepsi and turn it upside down, it says "is dead."
Is dead. Yeah. And that's like, I think we talked about this one time on your show with the Subway logo, an arrow up and arrow down.
Yeah, and it's called Subway.
Yes. Yes. I mean, so it's
the way.
It's kind of out there,
They're using these I was gonna call them like, hold on, how it's psychic subliminal messaging through their that's what I was going to try to get.
Yes.
God,
and there again, that's everywhere too. That's what all your glitches in your your flicker rates is what they call them, but that's what that's all about on your TV. Because within those flicker rates, they can and probably do, and I've seen them, so I know they do hide subliminal messaging.
Yeah, you can do that. That's very easy. I know as a video editor myself, I understand how that's very easily done. And,
right, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, but
that's why. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say they pushed it beyond that because it's like as a Subway is an establishment, their logo is prominent, so it's always there. In your face, so it doesn't necessarily. So it's exactly. It's not even something that they're putting through the screen as a subliminal message. It's actually something that's communicating directly with your subconscious mind, and Yeah. So this is where that's coming from. And a lot of these companies have these symbols like Staples and like these big
Starbucks.
yeah, Starbucks, exactly, where they have the I think it's ISIS or something there that she's
Yeah, yeah. That's like even I'm pretty sure the McDonald's, the golden arches, there's a symbolic twist there too.
yeah, it's the Ark of the Covenant. It's the shape of the brain.
Which is us.
Yes, because if you look, the M for McDonald's is in the shape of the brain.
Yes. And the Ark of the Covenant, probably the same thing as the Holy Grail.
Which
You
is
see how
also tied to the brain directly in my
right.
through my
See, so
research.
all they got to do is change the name. They're still talking about the same damn thing. It's
Yep. That's what I've been
and
trying to point out is all like scriptures, like a lot of things that I've noticed so far in my journey is that it's always coming back to the inner journey, the correlations with the human biology and how to, I guess, activate certain parts of your brain that are dormant presently. I guess this may be the best scientific way I can explain that.
yeah, that's well, and I once had this conversation with my brother, and I said, you in the esoteric groups, you'll have people talk about how Earth is like a training ground, right, or it's a school, so to speak, and that's true to some extent. It wasn't. I don't think it was designed as a school. It may have been, but this realm is kind of like a school, and it's just a giant test. And my brother asked, to what extent does this test run? And I think, and okay, just, the symbolic references of day to day life are everywhere. Okay. So you have such a thing in schools as a placement test, right?
Yeah, I remember those where the government had. It's like these special government tests that you had once in a while.
Yeah, well, and it wasn't even that. It was like if you transferred, like I know we went through this going overseas and back. They had to figure out what grade equivalent to put me in because what they taught in Australia was different than what they taught here at the different age levels. So when I moved to Australia, I actually got moved up a grade. And then when I came back, they put me back down that same grade. But it went
Wow.
through a battery of tests of what you had learned. So even the girls that we did homeschooling with, one of them was a fantastic. Well, they all played softball. One of them was just really into it and really good, and wanted to go back to high school when it was time to play softball on an organized high school team. And so, because she had been in homeschooling, the school tested her to get her in her appropriate class. So, the teachings weren't over her head, or, she wasn't so far of everybody that it was going to bore her. So they go through a job placement test. And I think that's all any of this is. It's just, eyes to see and ears to hear, right? That's in the Bible. That's all that is. What do you see? Do you see any of it? Do you see all of it? Do you see? I think that's why
I
they.
believe when I was younger in grade school, I partially saw.
Oh yeah.
And something happened in high school where then I was completely blinded. I think
Yeah, you get put right to sleep. I had that same problem that when I first started my truther journey, whatever you want to call it, that everybody's on these days. I was at such a different state of my life, but when I started learning some stuff or relearning, it's like, I once thought this as a kid, and I started having flashbacks, so to speak, of all the things that I used to think I was when I was 5 and 8 years old.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing right now while we're having this conversation and thinking back to how things were in grade school and how I was. And especially during the exams where I'd look at these exams and I in my opinion, they were stupid questions, and I was like, I don't believe I'm spending my time here, wasting my time answering these dumb questions. And it was just like hard for me just to sit there the whole time because in my opinion, that wasn't real life. And I was already thinking that way, and I was in grade school, dude. I wasn't even 12 years old yet, and this is the kind of opinion I was making. And I also saw a bunch of fucking corrupt teachers and fucking supervisors that were fucking, even bus drivers are fucking assholes. I mean,
Yes. I hear you. I hear you.
Dude, I know, man. I've seen the fucking people and how disgusting. Ian's right. These people are disgusting. Anyway, so getting back to what you were saying. Go ahead, Scott.
Oh, just no, I was kind of laughing at that because and I don't know why certain things happen to people. There's obviously a bigger hand playing in all this because, I remember walking through elementary school and I was but 8 years old, maybe 9 at the most. It was right before we went to Australia. And when I blinked my eyes, all the color went away. And this only happened once. And I don't know why I saw this or why this even happened, but I blinked my eyes or I did something and all the color went away. And all I saw was just different shades of gray everywhere, even on the clothing. And everybody was frowning and they all had their heads down. And it stayed that way till I blinked my eyes again. And then all the color came back. The kids went back to laughing, because I was like in the hallway.
Wow,
and all I can remember,
experience.
right? And all I can remember asking myself as a kid back then is, what kind of world is this? And I remember having that conversation with my dad in the driveway one day. I know right where I was, what I was doing, why I remember it, I don't know, but it's like, we were talking about his work and I never understood work. I said, really, you have to go to a job to make money to pay for these things. And you're going to do that your whole life. And if you can save enough money, you're going to get to do this thing called retire. I said, and we're supposed to call that living.
It's funny, but on that level, you and I resonate really, really a lot because, dude, I was thinking exactly the same thing when I was a kid, man.
Yeah.
It's like, why do people go and waste their whole lives, right?
Well, they have to. I mean, you're of an age now that you've been out on your own fending for yourself, so you kind of have to. That's the way this realm works. But yeah, I didn't understand it.
No, but think about it. It's kind of fucking horrible in a sense. You spend your whole life working, and most of us work for someone else. Like most of us
yes.
have a boss or whatever. So. And you spend your whole life dedicating yourself to somebody else and making somebody else rich, and then you get a chance to once you're old enough to profit of life, as you will, okay? Which I found that life was kind of backwards. It's like, well, shouldn't it be the other way around? Shouldn't everybody profit a life while they're all young and let's go out and have fun, party, and that? And then when you reach a certain age, like when you're like, I don't know, let's say 40 or 50, then you go to work.
Right.
Yeah. Then you work the rest of your life. That's, I don't know, man.
I don't even see work as being part of the equation. And I don't remember if we had this discussion once or not when I was on your panel, but it's my belief with us being energy beings, right? And everything is energy, that I'm sure the original version of us could just walk right into the woods over here at my back. And if I decided to build a house there, I didn't need saws and hammers and nails and glass. I just rearranged all the energy that was available to me right there in the forest and just build my house through my mind.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it works, actually, in my opinion.
Yeah. Now, but here in this realm, and it's not even, the difference between a physical realm or a spiritual realm, because I'm pretty sure when we're, if this is a mirror image, then in reality, we are physical beings having a physical experience, but, we just don't have all those powers currently. And that's where I always get back to, like in the Bible, nowhere in that Bible does it say anything ever got restored. It said it will be restored.
Right.
So that kind of there again tends to lend to the theory of, once this event happens, we just go back to reality and everything is restored as it should have been. We go right back to our lives we were living prior to this, long time ago, not the immediate life, 100 years ago, but a long time ago.
How long? I mean, like, what do you mean a long time ago? Like,
Uh,
that's kind of hard to wrap our heads around that part.
Well, okay, so here's another thing I've kind of stumbled into is trying to figure that one out. So the calendar has changed through the years, even the months during the year, right? And the number of weeks in a year has changed over the course of history. If you look at all the different calendars and listen to, read the books and all this other crap, right?
Right.
So when you get closer to the beginning of the mess, we lived longer. So the timeline's all stretched out further. That's why we're currently in a 365-day calendar
Okay.
with 52 weeks, because the Bible says something about a day is like 1,000 years, right?
Right. Well, that
Okay.
God perceives a day as 1,000 years and a 1,000 years as a day or something like that.
Right. Okay, because I'm pretty sure not only does that 1,000 years reflect a day and a life, I'm pretty sure that's how long we live in reality. They even talk about the return of, this Christ character, and it'll be the 1,000-year reign of Christ, right? That 1,000 years is everywhere. So I'm pretty sure in reality, that's how long we live.
Okay.
But when we first got tampered, and this goes back to the Elohim of the Bible, that were there when we were born and said, let's make him, them in our image. Okay. That's, just like a doctor's waiting here for you to be born, right? Just sitting there waiting, telling the girl to push, push, push. Here he comes. He's watching the whole time. They were waiting here for our birth.
Okay. All right. Continue.
And have you heard the phrase that through this reset that, even that they put it out there, right? We're going to have a global reset, only it's filled with, the fear porn of bank collapses and all this other shit. That's why those 3 banks got shut down weeks ago. Has it affected anybody's money today? No, it's just symbolic of correcting something that was done wrong. An entire banking establishment should never have been here. So that's like a timeline correction, just like when Biden got into office and he shut down all the oil pumping, right? Everybody freaked out. Well, it's because we're not supposed to be pumping oil out of the earth. We don't do things that way, not in reality.
Okay.
So those are all just, and those are, not only are we going backwards in time, but those are also the forward corrections from those time markers that they're making. You see what I'm saying? Correcting.
Yeah, I'm following so far.
Yeah, correcting the timelines. And there again, so the great war in heaven that the Bible speaks about, they don't tell you, that's all they tell you. There was a great war in heaven, right? Blah, blah, blah. They don't tell you the details of what happened in that war. It was just, there was a great war. And basically, that great war pretty much destroyed everything. That's why when you go to Genesis in the Bible, it says, in the beginning, and that's of this realm, there was nothing, just a big black void. There wasn't even a sun, right?
Oh, okay, I get it. Now continue. Yeah, I'm actually following this, dude. Continue.
Because in the very beginning, the creator of all who lives inside of us, that's why we all call each other co-creators. We're the physical beings of the ones that create, which means we also had a hand in it because we were part of that.
Right. So the void was, in other words, this place didn't exist because this was we're a branch of the original timeline.
Yeah,
which is what they're fucking telling you in the new movie Quantumania with Ant-Man and the Wasp. It's exactly what it's saying. They're saying that the timeline is completely fucked, and they're trying to correct the timelines. And this is what, dude, holy shit, man.
Yeah, even the Back to the Future movie, especially the middle one, the second one, where Griff goes back in time and gives a younger version of himself this magazine that lets him become rich and wealthy by betting on all the winners.
Right.
And then so when they re-arrive in, the year 86 or wherever they're from, everything has changed. There's bars on all the windows. Biff's got that big casino and runs the town, and everything's pretty much a mess, right?
Right.
That's you're kind of living that.
Yeah.
That's what happened. That's what happened. So, when everything got destroyed, okay, that is why
it created multiple timelines.
Well,
now they would most likely call it like the multiverse.
Well, here's the one that's going to blow you away. Okay. So the Elohim that were there at our birth, right? They were the ones that actually first traveled backwards through time just to be there. Because we had already established ourselves as what we were at that point. And I don't, all of this is still kind of sketchy. I don't get all of it. I don't see everything. And I don't by means know everything. I just know what I know. Right. And hey, go that way, boys. But so that's why, like, when the flood occurred, right? That was supposedly another catastrophic event.
Okay.
And it was up to Noah and his 6 or 7 wives and so many sons to repopulate the earth, right? So in the beginning, and somewhere in one of the books of Genesis, it talks about in the beginning, God breathed into the earth and created man and woman, and there was 9 billion.
Right.
Okay, so when you start off with, let's say, 9 billion or whatever number they throw out there, and you march down a timeline of destruction, you're left with just very few people. That's how the next timeline correction has to start off with very few people and build to that 9 million. It's kind of like that no man left behind thing.
Right. And
that's
we're about to reach that. We're close to that 9 billion right now.
Yeah, that's why, supposedly all these catastrophes take place around the same time, the same number of people on the planet, right? That's where you get all these conspiracy theories of everything's done for population control, right?
Right.
And it kind of was in the beginning. That's how we got down to very few people being around. But as the population builds and everybody's here and accounted for, and all those timelines are corrected, then we just phase right into the next dimension, whatever, of the new set of timelines with a small group of people, Adam and Eve, let's say, sprouting, the whole new generation of beings or whatever. And then it builds up through time to get back to that.
Yeah, it's the beginning and the end. The Omega.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Omega.
Yes, Alpha and Omega. The beginning is the end, or the end of this all is going all the way back to the beginning. That's where, I don't even remember what it is, Matthew 20, verse 16 or something. The first shall be last and the last shall be first. So if you're sitting there watching, say, on ESPN, the 100-meter dash, and let's say it's a photo finish, one way everybody's crossing the finish line. And then if you just stop it and run it backwards, now that last person is first and that first person across will be the last.
True that.
So to me, that's the only real definitive marker of, time travel referenced in the Bible. But the whole thing's, like I said, the whole thing's written that way. There's a lot of history in there. And then there's all these, people who can see the future, right? The prophets that give you all these things to watch for in the future. So even the Bible does this back and forth dance.
Right. But wouldn't you call them time markers?
No, that's exactly what they are. They're just like you can reach up and hit bookmark on your, thing to mark a page. Yeah, the certain events that have to take place because that's a time marker. I refer to that all the time as just markers in time. That's just like everybody's expecting the big alien invasion to come, right? Or some people are.
Right.
Well, it already came.
Right.
It was disguised as, that whole illness we had back in.
Yeah, the super duper pooper trooper.
Yeah. And it wasn't so much that, it was more than likely the thing that went along with it that people raced out and took.
Yeah, well, that didn't help, but I wonder what that's all about. Because
It's just a time. No, it was a time marker. That was the alien invasion that did happen.
Oh,
that's why.
right.
That's
Okay,
why. That's why everybody expects one. It's in your memory. You see what I'm saying?
How do you explain the ones that didn't, like, I don't know, like myself, who didn't go with it?
Yeah, that's just because you had eyes to see more than not everybody's going to test the same in the placement test. So consider yourself fortunate and blessed and be grateful, kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? That's how I get through all of this. I get up every day. I may not like the fact that we're still in this realm, but I'm grateful for life itself, because at some point everything got destroyed and we're actually bringing it all back. So that's like in the Bible when it says, don't preach the fear porn, go out and teach the good news, right?
Right.
So I'm not one of these that you're going to hear, World War III's coming and da 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 da, and the banks are going to fail, and all the they're all just preaching the fear porn of the stories of this realm.
Exactly.
The good news is there is an end of days, and here's the biggest thing that I just keyed onto, and I just did a video on this, and whether I'm right or wrong. Dude, I've been wrong so many times it's not even funny, okay? Because that's why I shut down my business when I did. And I just completely, I didn't stop existing in this realm, because obviously I still do, but I divorced myself from it because I knew, for some reason it just hit me, hey, if this isn't going to matter in a year, why should it matter today? And this is what I try to express to all those, people who just want to sit there and scream at each other on YouTube. It's like, tomorrow's promised to nobody. This thing can switch tonight and you won't even remember this. So why is it so freaking important? But in the Bible, it said that the dragon gave power unto the beast, right? And I don't even know what verse that is. I just know it's in there somewhere. I read it a long time ago.
Well, it has to be in Revelations.
Pardon me. Yeah, I think it is. And see, because what I was looking for, I did a little, and there again, all I was using was the Wikipedia answers. Right now, I understand I'm going to get a little truth there and a bunch of bullshit, but it was just an idea that hit me, and I was just going over the rough edges real quick to see how it fit together. And it's my belief that, the whole rise of the Antichrist that's mentioned in the Bible, that everyone's waiting. That's the other thing, especially the church are waiting for things to get even worse, right? Because, this big Antichrist is going to take the scene and everybody's going to be forced to take the mark and da 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 da, whatever. To me, that's just part of the old history stuff. The rise of the Antichrist in this realm is actually the ascension of us, the same thing that's in the Hopi prophecies when they talk about ascending, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's a rise, it's an ascend. So that is us. The next rise of the Antichrist is actually going to be us. So I was trying to figure out if there was a timeline in the Bible for that. And basically what I got was, the dragon gave the beast power, but it was only going to last for 42 months, not a day more, right?
Right.
Somewhere. So you just haven't taken my word. I know I don't have anything to screen share or nothing. I can't even give you the verse to go look at, but it's in there.
It's all right. This is it's still interesting.
Yeah. So to me, anytime I hear the word dragon, right, I instantly think of China.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay. And so I did a Google search as to when the very first COVID case was marked in China. And now I could have looked through all the different listings that it gave me and probably found an actual date of when their first medical case of it was. But Wikipedia said it happened sometime between mid-October and November of 2019. Now,
Okay.
if you add 42 months, because that's all he has power for before the rise of the Antichrist, the beast, that takes us to June into July of 2023.
Cool. Well, that's actually awesome.
And if I had to take a guess, I'm still leaning more towards the 24th, but that's just me because there again, the number of the beast is 666, right? So June is the 6th month, and it could either be the 6th of June, the 15th of June, which adds up to 6, or the 24th of June, which adds up to 6, right? And this is where everybody gets thrown too, because supposedly we're in the year 2023.
Right.
But if they've added 1,000 years to the calendar, it's actually 1023. And actually, I did I've researched all this stuff briefly, not thoroughly, but in looking back at history, if you go back and looked at what happened in 1023, nothing happened. There were nations building for war, just like there is today. But nothing of significance went down.
Right.
So that more than likely was the last time we actually shifted, which there again, as if it did before, it will again. So if we're actually in the year 1023, now those numbers do add up to 6.
Exactly. You're right.
So then you have your 666, which is the number of the beast, which in the Colburn Bible, I don't know if you've read that book, the Colburn Bible says, well, of course, the earth is the beast. Because it's that part of that mirror thing. You've got good and evil. So you've got an evil beast and a good beast, just like everything else here.
Right.
Because the beast system has been here. I mean, what's a beast? It's an animal. Well, don't we consume just to stay alive? We're no different than, the tiger chasing an antelope across the Serengeti. We don't go kill something and that's where you get into that whole vegetarian movement, right? Well, wake up, because plants are things too. Everything's a living, breathing, call it an entity, call it a spirit, consciousness, whatever you want to call it.
You're absolutely right. Everything is alive.
Yeah, so that was probably one of the very first changes made to us, was to turn us into consumers. And that just plays out into an ever bigger, ever evolving thing to like what you see today, to where we're destroying this to build this and cutting up that to do this. It's all just series of destruction. Even the death cycles in nature, right? In the fall, when a tree gets quote unquote mature, it puts out all these lovely colors, right? And then all of a sudden it goes dead or dormant and it loses all its colors and it's got to start all over again.
Yeah, it's like taking living life and turning it into death. This is like the way.
Yeah,
I see
this is, and I tell everybody that in this unreal world, this is exactly a form of life after death, because everything got destroyed.
Right.
And so this is how we bring it back. And I'm pretty sure we're bringing it back, because not only do we create the magnetosphere around the Earth, we're also creating the toroidal field around us that we're moving within. When they talk about these black holes and these galaxies and all this stuff that are colliding, that's our toroidal field of non-reality colliding with the mirror image, the toroidal field of reality.
So what, we would be in the inverse, like
Yes.
In that. Hold on, it's like, what is that TV show? It's called Stranger Things. We're in.
Yeah, I don't know that one. I haven't seen. I haven't really watched a lot of TV.
Alternate reality where they call it the upside down world.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. That's what we are. And so, and what do they tell you about a black hole? It's kind of in the shape of a funnel, right?
Right.
Kind of wide at the edges, comes to a narrowing. Okay. Now, so if you have two funnels and one of them is inverted and you stick them together, now they look like an hourglass, don't they?
They do.
And there used to be an old TV show called Days of Our Lives, and they used that example, like sands through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives.
That's kind of fucked up.
Oh yeah, because when I was asleep, living life like I was programmed to, and I think that's part of the zombie apocalypse. When you're doing all these things, it's because that's what you've been programmed to do without thinking about it.
Yeah.
So when everybody thinks back to, man, I remember the 80s were this or the 90s were that. Well, you were just living your own zombie apocalypse at that point. Ignorance is bliss, right?
Yeah, I agree.
And it's only because those even that Jesus character said, if you look, you shall find. So the people who are busy looking for the evils that exist in this world, they're finding them. But
you're right.
but he said, but see, not everybody's looking, so not everybody's seeing. That's why there's that other divide in people that's just being created naturally by the people themselves, between those that are looking and those that aren't.
Yeah. Wow, this has been a really awesome conversation, Scott.
Oh, I appreciate that. Not everybody thinks of it that way.
Well, I always enjoy interacting with you, sir. It's always
Well,
interesting.
I love being here. I'm thankful that you give me the chance to, because I really don't do much on YouTube. I put out a video like maybe once a month or something. Just when I see something, when I feel something, I just throw it out there as to how I see and feel about it, and as they say, time will tell.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm gonna be shutting the stream down. We've been up for 5.5 hours, so
Holy, you've been going for a while then. Yeah, I just happened to check all my notifications and see who was on. I saw you were there, so I always check you out when I see you're there. So,
well, I'm actually glad you decided to pop in because this has been actually the most interesting part of the show today.
Well, I appreciate that, sir.
All right.
I
Besides
really
the
do.
fact that I had a few really interesting panelists, we had Verily who showed up.
Yes, I saw that. She was up there and I got to say, and I meant to mention it before she got off. I didn't think she was going to leave that soon. I love the tone of her voice. She's just she seems very relaxed. She doesn't seem too incredibly wound.
Yeah, she seems pretty down to earth.
Yes.
Yeah,
So.
she has a great presence. Yeah, and also we had Cage and Christos who showed up.
Christos, yes, I love that. Yeah.
So it was a pretty interesting stream, everybody. So be sure
I'll
to
have to
stay
go back
tuned.
and check some of it out.
Yeah, you'll see. It's I played a book of Manly P. Hall. If you want to go listen to that, it's pretty
Okay,
interesting.
yeah, definitely.
So it's about an hour long. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It talks about magnetism and how this reality works. So maybe it would actually tie into a little bit of what we've been talking about. So this is why I found
Most
the stream.
definitely.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then I'll let you do your thing. Like I said, I love you, brother, and I appreciate the opportunity. And thanks for everybody in chat for hanging in there. Love you all.
Much love, brother, man, and you're always welcome here on OTW News.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So everybody, go show some sub love over there to Scott Savarini's channel. I'm sure the mods can help you guys figure your way out there. If you guys want to drop a link in the chat, it'd be really nice of you. Thank you very much, Scott, for being here. It was an awesome stream. It did build up to an awesome conversation, starting with the book. So, ladies and gentlemen, I bid you adieu. I will be checking out for today. Much love to you all. Thank you for being here. And be sure to be tuned in for another episode of OTW News, the Grand Rising Show, number 32, tomorrow morning, Wednesday, the 31st of May. So much love and peace. We're going to end this with, a song like we always do traditionally. All right.
Late now remember you and me, and how care